Chapter 974. His white eyes were filled with countless tiny electric currents, each of which seemed to contain a terrifying power. Yang Chaofan's hair stood straight up, each strand of hair surrounded by white electric currents, making him look even more terrifying. The power of white lightning. This is Yang Chaofan's natural talent. An outer sect elder suddenly smiled. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary and possessed an innate ability. This was a fact, but as for what kind of innate ability it was, not many people knew. It could be said that almost all outer sect disciples did not know, but some outer sect elders were very clear about it, and so were the inner sect elders. Being born with extraordinary strength, he is destined to enter the transcendent realm, and the possibility of becoming a saint master is also much higher than other cultivators. Another outer sect elder side. Transcendence was the first hurdle a cultivator had to cross to become a master, and the second hurdle to become a saint was the second hurdle. Only by becoming a transcendent could one enter the saint realm. For those who were born with extraordinary strength, as long as they did not die, they would definitely enter the transcendent realm at a very young age. In other words, for the vast majority of cultivators, the first hurdle was actually not difficult at all. Having an innate ability of extraordinary strength was equivalent to having a direct train to the transcendent realm. However, Yang Chaofan's white lightning is still incomplete, so it can't be considered a true transcendent, only a half-step transcendent. Even if it is a half-step transcendent, its power is still extremely terrifying, enough to kill enemies a great realm above their cultivation. The white electric currents were dazzling and contained a terrifying power, causing Chunzong's expression to become slightly dignified. From this power, Chunzong felt a trace of threat. Of course, this power was not enough to threaten his life, but the feeling of threat came from the potential of this power. It's a bit like true intent, but also not true intent. Chunzong secretly thought as he felt this power. In this world, Chunzong could not feel the power of true intent, as if it did not exist, but now it seemed that his method was wrong. However, the power that Yang Chaofan displayed only contained a trace of the power of true intent, but it seemed to be more advanced than the power of true intent. In addition, Chunzong also felt a trace of the grand momentum of heaven and earth. It was as if this power contained both the power of true intent and the power of heaven and earth at the same time. It was a combination of the two, a sublimation of the combination. White thunder. With a low shout, the white electric current around his body became even more intense. In an instant, it gathered on the long sword in his hand. Then, he thrust it forward. The body of the sword completely disappeared, leaving only a white thunderbolt that tore through the air. It surpassed the speed of sound, bringing with it a power that could destroy everything in an extremely dazzling white light. Many of the outer sect disciples had no choice but to close their eyes. Otherwise, their eyes would be in unbearable pain. Fast, this sword was really too fast, so fast that it almost exceeded everyone's reaction. The three inner sect disciples were horrified. They realized that even if they tried their best, they would not be able to dodge the attack of the white lightning. Chunzong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time and let the white lightning approach him. Hit! The terrifying power wreaked havoc on his body. It was a kind of scorching and violent power, as if it wanted to destroy Chunzong's body. However, it was blocked by Chunzong's extremely pure true qi. It couldn't enter his body at all, let alone cause any damage. However, from the outside, Chunzong's entire body was covered by the white lightning, as if he was about to be destroyed. It was terrifying. After a few breaths, the white lightning dissipated, revealing Chunzong, who was unscathed. Everyone was shocked, including Yang Chaofan. That was the power of white thunder, his innate ability. It was an innate, transcendent, mystic power. Due to his cultivation level, the potential of the power of white thunder had not been fully developed. It could only be considered a half-step transcendent mystic power. However, it was still very powerful and terrifying. Normal foundation building cultivators would not be able to resist it. It was important to know that only transcendent mystic powers could resist it. Half-step transcendent mystic powers were not that powerful. True Qi could resist it, but it required a sufficiently powerful true Qi. Could it be that the opponent also had a half-step transcendent mystic power? There was no feeling. There was only one explanation. The opponent's true Qi was extremely tyrannical, so tyrannical that it could resist the power of White Thunder. In fact, Chenzong was also very surprised. The opponent's power was extremely terrifying. Even if he mobilized his true Qi, he could only barely resist it. That kind of power belonged to a different system from true Qi. The defensive effect of true Qi was not as good, and it consumed a lot of true Qi. However, he was still able to completely resist it. After one attack, Yang Qiaofan's aura was weak and his face was pale. Although the power of White Thunder was very strong, it was still quite difficult for him to use it at his current level. Unable to fight anymore, Yang Qiaofan was defeated. Chenzong won and entered first place in the top 10. The 9th battle was initiated by Yi Shijuan. However, Yi Shijuan had no challengers and directly forfeited. The 10th battle was initiated by Yang Qiaofan. However, he had not recovered from using the power of White Thunder in his battle with Chenzong, so he also forfeited. The second round of the finals began. Sumu did not think much and directly forfeited. He could not beat anyone. Yin Chang's eyes were cold and sharp. They swept past him and immediately fell on Yang Qiaofan. At this time, Yang Qiaofan was in his weakest state. If he wanted to defeat him, this was the only time. Of course, Yin Chang was also very clear that even if he defeated Yang Qiaofan, he would not be able to stay in the top 3. However, as long as he could defeat Yang Qiaofan once, it would be enough. This kind of method was somewhat taking advantage of others, but it was also normal. 3 severing chilling wind slash. As soon as he attacked, Yin Chang used his ultimate move, not giving Yang Qiaofan more time to recover. Yang Qiaofan's pale face did not change. His sword pierced through the air, not only shattering the 3-blade lights of the 3 severing chilling wind slash, it also pierced through Yin Chang's shoulder. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the seemingly weak Yang Qiaofan would still have such strength. After using that sword, Yang Qiaofan's face looked even paler. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Who knew if Yang Qiaofan could still erupt with such strength? Not only was Yin Chang defeated, he was also heavily injured. His strength was greatly reduced. Sumu's eyes lit up. The 3rd battle was initiated by Lu Xinji. Lu Xinji had his eyes on Tan Lai and was going against him. That battle was incomparably intense. Both of them were seriously injured. However, Lu Xinji attacked again with his sword and defeated Tan Lai. In the 4th battle, Duan Long challenged Huang Tianqi. After a fierce battle, Duan Long defeated Huang Tianqi and replaced him. In the 5th battle, Tan Lai was heavily injured and had yet to recover, so he forfeited. In the 6th battle, Huang Tianqi challenged Yang Qiaofan. After some time, Yang Qiaofan had recovered a bit and defeated Huang Tianqi. In the 7th battle, Zhang Tiequang challenged Yi Shijuan. Whether it was Zhang Tiequang or Yi Shijuan, both of them were at the early 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. With the same cultivation level, the battle between the two was very fierce. Yi Shijuan's Azure Sword net was torn apart by Zhang Tai's violent attacks and was defeated. Even so, Zhang Tiequang had almost exhausted all of his Zhen Qi. In the 8th battle, Yang Qiaofan had yet to recover and forfeited. In the 9th battle, Yi Shijuan forfeited because she had not recovered her Zhen Qi from the battle with Zhang Tiequang. In the 10th battle, Chenzong forfeited because there was no one else to challenge. The 3rd round was the final round of the competition. Sumu thought about it and finally decided challenging Yin Chang because this was the final round and Yin Chang was also injured. If he could defeat Yin Chang, he would be ranked 9th and the rewards would be more generous. Unfortunately, although Sumu's idea was good, reality was cruel. Although Yin Chang was injured and his strength was less than 100%, his Yin Wind 3 slashes was still very powerful. Sumu was not only defeated but also injured. In the 2nd battle, Inchong forfeited because his injuries had affected his strength. The other opponents were not Mu, so even if they were unwilling, they could do nothing. In the third battle, Tan Lai challenged Lu Jinji. The two of them kept on challenging each other, making everyone speechless and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, Tan Lai's injuries were more serious than Lu Jinji's, so he lost. In the fourth battle, Huang Tianqi challenged Lu Jinji and defeated him. In the fifth battle, Lu Jinji forfeited. In the sixth battle, Duan Long challenged Yi Shijuan. After a fierce battle, he was defeated by Yi Shijuan's sword. However, everyone could see that the difference between him and Yi Shijuan was only in cultivation level. If their cultivation levels were the same, Yi Shijuan would not be his match. In the seventh battle, Yi Shijuan forfeited. In the eighth battle, Yang Chaofan challenged Zhang Tiequang. After resting, Yang Chaofan had recovered a lot, but Zhang Tiequang was also very strong. The two fought for half an hour, and Yang Chaofan won. In the ninth battle, Zhang Tiequang forfeited. In the 10th battle, Chen Zong was unchallenged. Thus, the outer sect competition ended. There were also some changes to the top 10 outer sect rankings. First place, Chen Zong. Second place, Yang Chaofan. Third place, Zhang Tiequang. Fourth place, Yi Shijuan. Fifth place, Duan Long. Sixth place, Huang Tianqi. Seventh place, Lu Jinji. Eighth place, Tan Lai. Ninth place, Inchong. 10th place, Su Mu. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I really hope to see this every year. You're thinking too much. This kind of competition is only held once every 3 years. They were invited this time, but who knows what the next time will be. The rogue cultivators left while discussing. Since the competition had ended, the Blue Cloud sect wouldn't keep them here to eat and drink. Without a doubt, Chen Zong would leave a deep impression on everyone. His name would also spread along with the rogue cultivators who left. His name would spread throughout the Eastern Shan region, allowing even more people to know of him. This year's competition was wonderful. It exceeded this elder's expectations. The inner sect elder smiled, his heart filled with joy. The more outstanding a sect's disciple was, the more beneficial it would be for the sect's development. Your rewards will be given out later. I hope you will continue to work hard and reach the next level. The top 3 will be promoted to inner sect disciple, the inner sect elder said. Originally, the minimum requirement to become an inner sect disciple was to be at the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm, and the reward was indeed for that. However, the 3 of them were already at the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm. No, that Chen Zong's cultivation was still uncertain. In addition, due to Yi Shijuan's outstanding performance in cultivation, an exception will be made to promote her to an inner sect disciple, the inner sect elder announced. He had the right to do so. Chapter 975. Blue Cloud Peak was more than 3,000 meters high. The outer sect area was more than 1,000 meters above the peak, while the inner sect area was more than 2,000 meters above the peak. The higher the height, the purer the air and the denser and purer the world's origin energy. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples and less than 200 inner sect disciples. 4 more inner sect disciples and 4 less inner sect disciples didn't make much of a difference. Don't think that after becoming an inner sect disciple, your living environment would be better than the outer sect. In fact, it wasn't absolute because the competition in the inner sect was more intense than the outer sect. There were a total of 100 independent courtyards in the inner sect area. These courtyards were built at the end of the Blue Cloud Peak's origin vein. Therefore, the world's origin energy was denser and purer than other places in the inner sect area. In the cultivation of Foundation Establishment Realm, the influence of the outside world's origin energy was not big because Foundation Establishment Realm was more about developing one's own potential until the pinnacle. In Chen Zong's view, this point was similar to Blue Wave's world's extreme mortal realm. The extreme mortal realm of Blue Wave's world was about opening one's acupoints, developing one's body's potential, and strengthening one's various abilities, such as perception, strength, speed, explosive power, and so on. In this world's foundation establishment realm, as one's meridians were continuously opened and one's cultivation increased, Chunzong had this kind of feeling. His perception became sharper and sharper. The strength contained in his body also increased. His speed became faster, and all aspects improved. This kind of improvement was a balanced and comprehensive improvement. It was different from the path of body refinement, as it was the development of one's own potential through true energy. From this point of view, the path of cultivation of this world was really better than the path of cultivation of Blue Wave's world. In Blue Wave's world, the cultivation before Transcendence Realm was purely about building one's foundation. Only at Extreme Mortal Realm could one develop one's own potential. In this world, the Foundation Establishment Realm was not only about building one's foundation, but also developing one's own potential. Although the Foundation Establishment Realm was unable to absorb the world's origin energy to cultivate, in a place where the world's origin energy was dense, it would subtly nourish one's body and make one's cultivation smoother. There were only 100 courtyards like this, and they were called the Inner Sect's 100 courtyards. Each courtyard could only accommodate one person. The closer to the center, the more obvious the benefits. Inner Sect disciples would break their heads to live in one. In addition to the 100 courtyards, there were naturally other residences, but they were all relatively simple and not much better than the Outer Sect's residences. After Chunzong, Yang Chaofan, Zhang Tiequang, and Yi Shijuan became Inner Sect disciples, they were arranged to live in ordinary houses. Everything depended on strength. Very quickly, the generous reward for the first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition landed in Chunzong's disciple token. There was a total of 50,000 points, which was extremely shocking. Right now, Chunzong's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation Realm, so he wasn't in a rush to use the small breakthrough pill. In addition, there were 3 Azure Cloud Sword Martial tokens. With the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token, one could choose any cultivation method or martial art from the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower. The lowest was low-grade mortal class, while the highest was top-grade mortal class. The Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower only recognized tokens, not people. Without the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token, one had to pay merit points. Any top-grade mortal class cultivation method or martial art required at least 50,000 merit points to exchange. The night gradually deepened. Chunzong put away the 3 tokens and the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token. He planned to go to the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower tomorrow to take a look. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It was the footsteps of 2 people. It was already late at night. Aside from Yang Chaofan's group of 3, he didn't know anyone else in the Inner Sect area. The door was knocked heavily, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Chunzong got up and opened the door. There were 2 people around 18 or 19 years old standing outside. Their robes revealed their identities. They were the Inner Sect disciples of the Blue Cloud Sect. Junior brother Qin Qingzong, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Lu Qingyang, one of the disciples of the 100 Academy. The ordinary-looking Inner Sect disciple spoke with an indescribable sense of superiority. The so-called disciples of the 100 Academy referred to the disciples who lived in the 100 Academy of the Inner Sect. They represented strength and were also a symbol of status. What's the matter? Chunzong didn't let the Inner Sect disciple continue to show off his superiority and directly asked. The Inner Sect disciple frowned and angrily scolded. Chun Shitty, it's very impolite to interrupt others. If you have something to say, say it. Chunzong's expression was indifferent as he spoke. I heard that you won first place in the Outer Sect competition and received a minor boundary-breaking pill and 3 Azure Cloud Sword tokens. Lu Qingyang, one of the disciples of the 100 Academy, spoke with a cold tone and an arrogant expression. It just so happens that I need it. How about this? Lend me a minor boundary-breaking pill and 3 Azure Cloud Sword tokens. I'll pay you back double in the future. Scram. Chunzong casually spat out a word. Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly darkened. The coldness in his eyes was shocking. His sharp gaze shot out as if he wanted to pierce through Qinzong. "You're courting death. How dare you speak to senior brother Lu like that?" Lu Qingyang's follower was even more furious. "Lu Qingyang, right? I'll challenge you tomorrow. Be prepared." Qinzong ignored Lu Qingyang's anger. He glanced at Lu Qingyang and spoke unhurriedly. This kind of unhurried attitude caused Lu Qingyang's anger to soar. But in the next breath, the door closed. Lu Qingyang's chest rose and fell rapidly. He felt as if he was about to explode. His right hand landed on the sword hilt at his waist. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and chop the door in front of him into pieces. Lu Qingyang's follower held him back, worried that he would lose control. "Senior brother Lu, new intersect disciples have a 3-month protection period. You can't go against it. During the 3-month protection period, new intersect disciples could safely cultivate as long as they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. If a veteran intersect disciple bullied a new intersect disciple, the matter could be reported. At that time, the veteran intersect disciple would be severely punished." On this point, the Blue Cloud sect was very good. To a certain extent, it guaranteed the disciples' growth. Thinking of the Blue Cloud sect's rules and severe punishments, Lu Qingyang gradually calmed down and let go of the sword hilt. "Senior brother Lu, didn't he say that he would challenge you tomorrow? We can spread the news." The follower smiled sinisterly. Qinzong was asked for the minor breakthrough pellet and Azure Cloud sword martial token, but Yang Chaofan and Zhang Tiequang were safe and sound. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. It was no longer a secret that he grasped the transcendent secret force. This meant that Yang Chaofan could easily become a transcendent and had already been valued by the upper echelons of the sect. Who would want to offend such a person with endless potential? Although Zhang Tiequang wasn't as strong as Yang Chaofan, he had a backer. In the inner sect, it was a big backer. No one wanted to offend him. Among the three, only Qinzong didn't have a backer. Although he defeated Yang Chaofan and took first place, it wasn't that scary. The attraction of a minor breakthrough pellet and 3 Azure Cloud sword martial tokens was huge. It was huge enough to make some people lose their normal judgment. Therefore, Lu Qingyang came looking for him. At dawn, Qinzong walked out of his residence and headed for the Azure Cloud sword martial tower. Compared to challenging Lu Qingyang, it was more important to go to the Azure Cloud sword martial tower to choose cultivation techniques and martial arts. Qinzong decided to use up the 3 Azure Cloud sword martial tokens. The Azure Cloud sword martial tower was shaped like a giant azure sword. It towered over 2,000 meters above the Azure Cloud peak, like a pole. The Azure Cloud sword martial tower had a total of 5 floors. The first floor didn't store cultivation techniques and martial arts. Instead, it stored some information and records that could be accessed at any time. The second floor stored low-grade, mortal-class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The third floor stored mid-grade, mortal-class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The fourth floor stored high-grade, mortal-class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The fifth floor stored peak-grade, mortal-class cultivation techniques and martial arts. As for peak-grade, mortal-class cultivation techniques, although the Blue Cloud sect wasn't weak, they still didn't have any. However, peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts required at least 50,000 merit points. If they were to exchange for peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques, it would be 10 times more. It was very difficult. Qinzong directly entered the fourth floor. The fourth floor seemed empty because there weren't many peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. There were only 5 cultivation techniques and 8 martial arts. Among them, 3 were sword arts. 1 was finger sword, 1 was leg art, 1 was saber art, 1 was palm art, and 1 was light body art. Fewer meant easier choices. Qinzong looked at the prefaces of the 5 cultivation techniques and determined the characteristics of the 5 cultivation techniques. 1 was called the Great Azure Essence Art. It was an upgrade of the Azure Essence Art, and the Azure Essence Art was an upgrade of the Minor Azure Essence Art. Therefore, those who cultivated the Minor Azure Essence Art could easily switch cultivation techniques with higher efficiency. The Azure Essence art was easy to get started. The cultivation of Qi was mainly pure. The second peak-grade mortal class cultivation technique was called the mystic Yang art. The cultivation of Qi was mainly Yang. The third cultivation technique was called the illusory mist sky cloud art. Its Qi was soft and tough, which was similar to the white mist art. This made Chunzong's eyes slightly brighten. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately chose the illusory mist sky cloud art. One of the reasons was that the difficulty of switching cultivation techniques was lower. The other reason was that the illusory mist sky cloud art was very good, which attracted Chunzong. Otherwise, Chunzong wouldn't have chosen it. After choosing the cultivation technique, Chunzong also looked at the other two cultivation techniques. One was called the mystic Yin art, which was the opposite of the mystic Yang art. The other was called the golden peak art. The cultivation of golden peak Zhenqi was extremely sharp and belonged to the type of Zhenqi that was extremely destructive. Next, it was time to choose the sword art. There were only 3 peak-grade, mortal-class sword arts. One was called the pure Yuan sword art, which was driven by pure and majestic Zhenqi. It was a sword art that was very suitable for direct combat. One was called the wind cutter sword art, which was extremely fast and sharp. One was called the great river sword art, which was majestic and continuous. To be honest, Chunzong wanted to cultivate all 3 sword arts. Unfortunately, all 3 sword arts required more than 50,000 merit points. There were only 2 Azure Essence sword tokens left. Chunzong still needed to look at the other peak-grade mortal class martial arts. The sword finger art was called the gold shattering sword finger. The leg art was called the thunder slaughter leg art. The saber art was called the 13 slashes countercurrent. The palm art was called the starry exploding yuan palm. The movement technique was called the 1,000 miles cloud art. Chapter 976. You want to challenge Lu Qingyang? As soon as Chunzong returned from the Qingyun sword martial tower, he met Zhang Tiequang. Zhang Tiequang was shocked. Yes. Chunzong smiled. You? Zhang Tiequang pointed at Chunzong speechlessly. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to challenge a disciple of the 100 Academy right after becoming an inner sect disciple. Although Chunzong didn't show his arrogance, it came from his bones. He was many times stronger than Zhang Tiequang. Do you know that every disciple of the 100 Academy is at least in the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? So what? Chunzong asked with a smile. So what if they were in the 8th or 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? Among the disciples of the 100 Academy, Lu Qingyang is one of the top 30. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and he cultivates the top-grade mortal-level Great Qingyuan art. He has also cultivated it to the 6th layer. His Qi is very powerful and pure. Although his sword arts are only at the high-grade mortal level, he has 2. One is the Fierce Wind Fast Sword, which focuses on speed and is very violent. The other is the Black Mountain Sword, which focuses on strength and is like a black mountain. Rumor has it that Lu Qingyang has cultivated these 2 sword arts to the impeccable realm. Hearing Lu Qingyang's story, Chunzong understood that Lu Qingyang was indeed a capable person. No wonder he was so arrogant. His arrogance came from his strength and confidence. However, everything was relative. Even the strongest person in the Blue Cloud sect was only the strongest person in the Blue Cloud sect. He might not be the strongest person in the entire Dongchen region, let alone the entire Lingwu Holy World. You still want to challenge me? Zhang Tiequang couldn't help but ask. I heard that the cultivation environment of the 100 Academy is better. Chunzong smiled. He didn't answer directly, but Zhang Tiequang already knew the answer. Okay, I'm not as arrogant as you. Zhang Tiequang had a deeper understanding of his arrogance. His arrogance was external, while Chunzong's arrogance was internal. When you want to challenge me, I'll go and cheer for you. Now, Chunzong said with a smile. Lu Qingyang must have spread the news on purpose. Why? Zhang Tiequang thought. It was very simple. He was worried that she wouldn't challenge him, so public opinion was able to distort the truth and roast her on the fire. It had to be said that Lu Qingyang was quite scheming, but it was useless. What Qinzong said last night meant that he would do it, and soon. Qinzong walked in the front, while Zhang Tiequang followed closely behind, looking like a follower. However, Zhang Tiequang himself didn't feel anything. After that, Qinzong met Yi Shijun, but did not meet Yang Chaofan. He's Chun Qingzong, the #1 outer sect disciple, the arrogant disciple who dares to challenge senior brother Lu Qingyang. When Lu Qingyang spread the news, the first reaction of many inner sect disciples was disbelief. Then, they felt that the newcomer was too arrogant. "I thought you were going to be a coward." Seeing Qinzong arrive, Lu Qingyang was slightly startled. His follower immediately mocked him. "Chun Shidi, as your senior brother, I'll give you a piece of advice." Lu Qingyang laughed and said, "Not long ago, you won first place in the outer sect competition. It's true that you're arrogant and confident, but you have to see reality clearly. You have to know your own limits. Otherwise, you will only blind your eyes and your heart, which is very detrimental to your cultivation." It sounded like he was thinking for Qinzong, but in reality, it was another form of mockery. He was mocking Qinzong for overestimating himself and being arrogant. Everyone stared at Qinzong, waiting to see how he would retaliate. Qinzong didn't answer. Or rather, Qinzong's answer was to draw his sword. The White Hong's sword was slowly unsheathed. The sword light was like water, and a chill quietly spread out. As sword cultivators, we judge right and wrong with our swords. The White Hong's sword pointed directly at Lu Qingyang. Qinzong's words shocked everyone, and they instantly felt that he was full of style. As sword cultivators, we judge right and wrong with our swords. As sword cultivators, we... Zhang Tiequang kept repeating this sentence. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Lu Qingyang's expression changed abruptly. Compared to Qinzong's words, his sarcasm just now made him seem as laughable as a clown. Lu Qingyang made a prompt decision and drew his sword. His sword was also of high grade, and a green light flowed across the blade. The true qi of the great azure essence art quickly circulated in his meridians, and a tyrannical aura spread out. "Chun Shidi, as your senior brother, I'll let you have 3 moves first." Lu Qingyang was in high spirits. He was confident that his strength was enough to easily defeat his opponent, even if his opponent was the #1 outer sect disciple. Therefore, he said that he would let Qinzong have 3 moves first to show his elegance. Qinzong always liked to fight back with facts against people like this. Sword. A green light flashed, and the sword intent of the green light sword art pierced through the sky. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. The moment the sword was out, it was already in front of Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils rapidly shrank. Fast. This sword was too fast. It was so fast that it was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was so fast that Lu Qingyang felt his heart tremble. Lu Qingyang did not dare to be careless. He quickly drew his sword, and a violent wind rolled up as he quickly attacked. It was the impeccable realm's fierce gale, fast sword. The green light sword art was only of medium grade, and even if it had a martial intent, its power was about the same as the fierce gale fast sword at the impeccable realm. The sword art was at the impeccable realm, and every move was at his fingertips, and the power was displayed to the extreme. "Lu Qingyang, didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves first?" Zhang Tiequang suddenly shouted. Lu Qingyang's eyes were filled with coldness, but he did not respond. At this time, even with his shrewdness, he could not help but feel his cheeks heat up. He said he would let Qinzong have 3 moves first, but as soon as Qinzong attacked, he followed suit. He had no choice but to attack, which was tantamount to slapping his own face. But since he had already attacked, there was no reason to stop. Otherwise, it would be even more of a joke. Lu Qingyang was very clear about this, so no matter what Zhang Tiequang said, he ignored him. Zhang Tiequang's backer was very powerful, and he could not afford to offend him. He also ignored the boos of the other disciples. As long as he defeated Qinzong, everything would be fine. The fierce gale-fast sword was unleashed, one sword after another, and the sword followed each other in an endless stream. Furthermore, each sword was incomparably fast and contained an extremely violent sword chi. Its power was astonishing. Without a doubt, this was a sword art that could suppress others. It could break through their defense and then defeat them. Lu Qingyang's cultivation was at the late 8th level of the Foundation realm, and his great clear sky art had reached the 6th level. His true chi was very pure, and when he used his full strength, the power of each sword was even more terrifying. The sword chi filled the air, cutting through the sky. The surrounding disciples all retreated in fear of being affected. Qinzong used the flying swan sword art, and his sword flew through the air like a swan. The sword light was light, agile, and full of sharpness. Everyone felt like they were seeing a white swan fly through the sky, shuttling between the dark clouds and lightning. At this moment, everyone realized Qinzong's cultivation. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm. Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan were startled. Could it be that in just one night, Qinzong's cultivation had reached the early 8th level of the Foundation realm? That was possible, but it also meant that Qinzong's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to have such an increase. The other possibility was that Qinzong's cultivation was at the early 8th level of the Foundation realm, but he had been hiding it. Thinking about this, Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan bitterly smiled. With this kind of cultivation, why would he need a sword art? He could directly crush them. However, how could they be sure that the early 8th level of the Foundation realm was Qinzong's true cultivation? The other inner sect disciples were also very shocked. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm. In other words, this guy was at least at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. A 15-year-old outer sect disciple with a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Looking at the history of the Blue Cloud sect, this was extremely rare. At least, they had never heard of such a thing in all the years they had known. Lu Qingyang also felt a bit of regret. He regretted provoking such a person. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm had just been promoted to an inner sect disciple. In the future, he would definitely soar into the heavens. However, at this point, there was no point in talking anymore. It was better to defeat him and suppress him. Thinking about this, Lu Qingyang's sword art became even more powerful. When it reached its peak, the sword light suddenly stopped and a terrifying sword energy rushed out. Shortly after, Lu Qingyang's sword aura changed greatly. The aura that was like a strong gale suddenly turned into a powerful aura. As the sword light spread out, it was as if the shadow of a black mountain had appeared. As the sword slashed down from the sky, the powerful and heavy aura was incomparably oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. The change in sword art and sword aura would catch people off guard and disrupt their rhythm, leading to their defeat. However, Qinzong would not do that. The moment Lu Qingyang's sword light stopped, Qinzong felt it. No matter how you change, I'll attack with my own sword. Untraceable flying swan. The swift sword could not be seen, nor could the sword light be seen. Even the sound was very subtle and difficult to distinguish. Following the flaw in the Black Mountain sword art, the sword directly pierced through Lu Qingyang's true chi protection and pierced through his shoulder. The sword energy wreaked havoc. The intense pain caused Lu Qingyang's body to involuntarily tremble. The sword also stopped, and its power dissipated. He pulled out his sword and slashed. The sword light hit Lu Qingyang's chest like a whip, shattering his true chi protection and sending him flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Lu, thank you for letting me win. After Qinzong sheathed his sword, he actually bowed to Lu Qingyang, who was covering the wound on his shoulder with one hand and had blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. As if an invisible sword had pierced into Lu Qingyang's heart, Lu Qingyang let out a sorrowful roar. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down. He was so angry that he fainted. It could be predicted that after today, Chunzong would become famous in the inner sect, while Lu Qingyang would become a joke, even if he was not weak. Brother, I'll call you brother from now on. Zhang Tiequang was dumbfounded at first, but when he came back to his senses, he immediately roared at Chunzong. He was very excited. Zhang Tiequang's reaction made Chunzong smile bitterly. What happened to being arrogant? Lu Qingyang's loyal follower hurriedly carried Lu Qingyang and left. If they did not leave, they would only be laughed at. Chapter 977. The news of the new inner sect, disciple Chun Qingzong, defeating the 100 Academy, disciple Lu Qingyang quickly spread throughout the inner sect and even the outer sect. Chun Qingzong, who was this person? A new inner sect disciple actually defeated Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang is a disciple of the 100 Academy and is ranked in the top 30 among the inner sect disciples. This news made all the inner sect disciples feel incredulous. Many of them thought it was just a rumor, but the people who saw the battle with their own eyes swore that it was the truth. Immediately, the reason why Chun Qingzong would challenge Lu Qingyang was also dug out by others. Lu Qingyang is really an idiot. The feminine-looking 100 Academy disciple smiled in disdain. He was blinded by greed and ended up kicking an iron plate. Not only was he injured, but he also became a joke among the inner sect disciples. Although Lu Qingyang is a bit stupid, this new inner sect disciple is a bit too much. He's already so restless. Another 100 Academy disciple spoke neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was filled with an intense pressure. Such a person should be suppressed and made to know his place. The third 100 Academy disciple ate a mouthful of meat and muttered, "Suppress? Are you going to make a move?" "Why not?" The second 100 Academy disciple coldly snorted. The three of them were all stronger than Lu Qingyang. Don't forget, he is a new inner sect disciple. Even if he defeated Lu Qingyang, he still has 3 months of protection, and we'll give him 3 more months. Let's see how he overturns the heavens. New inner sect disciple Chun Qingzong defeated Lu Qingyang. When Elder Lin heard the news, he was startled at first, then he began to laugh. He was the inner sect elder who was in charge of the outer sect competition. Ha ha, I knew it. This child didn't use his full strength during the outer sect competition, the early stage of the 8th level of the Foundation realm. If he used the small breakthrough pill to break through, he would be at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. A 15-year-old outer sect disciple reaching the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm is indeed shocking. Another inner sect elder was also shocked. "Sect Master, I think our Blue Cloud sect should pay enough attention to Chun Qingzong." Elder Lin continued to speak, fighting for Chun Qingzong's benefits. If the sect paid attention to him, the result would be different. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master, Li Qingji, pondered for a moment and said, "This child will be included in the list of important people, just like Yang Chaofan. However, whether he will receive important attention or not will be dependent on his performance." The so-called performance was based on one's talent, whether it was like a shooting star passing by and vanishing into the crowd. There are many people like this. At the beginning, their performance was very outstanding, but as time passed, it was as if they had lost their spirituality, becoming mediocre and eventually vanishing into the crowd. Secondly, it would depend on whether they were loyal to the Blue Cloud sect or not. When the Blue Cloud sect nurtured disciples, they had to nurture people who were loyal to the sect. Otherwise, no matter how talented they were, if they betrayed the sect after being nurtured by the sect, it would only bring harm to the sect. The Blue Cloud sect's approach was not strange. It was the same for any force. If a force wanted to continue to grow, they needed people who were loyal. It was best if they had outstanding talent. If they had to choose between outstanding talent and loyalty, almost all forces would choose the latter. To put more directly, if you weren't loyal, why would they spend resources to nurture you? Elder Lin nodded and said, "I believe this child should be able to do it." After all, Elder Lin valued Chunzong a lot, so he naturally hoped the same. If there were no accidents, Yang Xiaofan would become the fourth true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect soon. He hoped that Chen Qingzong could also become a true disciple. True disciples were also inner sect disciples, but they were inner sect disciples who were highly valued by the Blue Cloud sect. They were already above the other inner sect disciples. Now, there were only 3 true disciples in the Blue Cloud sect. In the 100 Academy, Chen Zong could clearly feel the purer and richer heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuations. Although the Foundation Establishment realm could not directly absorb heaven-earth yuan qi to cultivate, being in the purer and richer heaven-earth yuan qi would also nourish one's body. One had to know that the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment realm was to develop one's potential. The true qi in one's body was naturally transformed from the energy contained in one's body. Transformation would consume true qi, and consumption would require replenishment. The method of replenishment was usually through eating various foods that contained rich energy or elixirs. The rich and pure heaven-earth yuan qi could also slowly nourish one's body and increase the energy contained in one's body. It was a disguised form of assistance for cultivation. After calming down, Chen Zong took out an oval-shaped green jade slip. It was the technique relaying spiritual jade. Chen Zong had used 3 Qingyun sword martial tokens to exchange for a cultivation technique, a sword technique, and a movement technique at the Qingyun sword martial tower. He had obtained 3 technique relaying spiritual jades, which recorded the contents of the cultivation technique, sword technique, and movement technique. This was a one-time use technique relaying spiritual jade. After receiving 1 technique relaying spiritual jade, the contents recorded inside would disappear to prevent it from being leaked. Foundation Establishment cultivators did not have a spiritual sense, so they could only place the technique relaying spiritual jade between their eyebrows. However, Chen Zong had a spiritual sense, so there was no need for that. He only needed to use his spiritual sense to penetrate the technique relaying spiritual jade. After his spiritual sense penetrated, the information in the technique relaying spiritual jade immediately poured into Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Chen Zong received it without any burden. Heavenly Cloud Illusory Mist Technique. Chen Zong had chosen Immortal Supreme Grade Cultivation Technique from the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower. Switching cultivation techniques was not a trivial matter. One had to slowly convert the qi of the original cultivation technique into the new one. During this stage, one's strength would be affected and drop significantly. Fortunately, new inner sect disciples had a 3-month protection period. During this period, they would not be disturbed. Chen Zong could focus on switching cultivation techniques. For Chen Zong, 3 months should be enough. After spending some time, Chen Zong finished comprehending the illusory mist heavenly cloud and began cultivating. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, a mortal supreme grade cultivation technique, had a total of 8 levels, 1 more than the white mist technique. In addition, every breakthrough in the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique would open 4 auxiliary meridians, 1 more than the white mist technique. Therefore, at the same level, the qi cultivated from the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique would be denser and purer than the white mist technique. The white mist true qi constantly flowed through his meridians, following the 4 meridians of the first level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. It just so happened that these 4 meridians were all opened by the white mist technique. Before long, Chen Zong had completed the first level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. Carefully feeling it, the illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi of the first level was much purer and denser than the white mist true qi of the first level. It was about 3 times purer. A difference of 3 times was not too great. But as one continued to cultivate the cultivation technique, the difference would become increasingly great. He continued to cultivate. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique's second level required 4 meridians to be opened, which was also included in the white mist technique. Therefore, it wasn't long before the second level was completed, and more white mist true qi was converted into illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, A day had passed. Chunzong had also completed the 4th level of the illusory, mist heavenly cloud technique. Whether it was the density or purity of his true qi, it was clearly superior to the 4th level of the white mist technique. It was comparable to the 5th level of the white mist technique. Of course, this referred to the white mist technique without a martial intent. The 5th level of the illusory, mist heavenly cloud technique was not so easy to cultivate because it required opening new auxiliary meridians. Fortunately, Chunzong still had some white mist true qi in his body. Using his powerful spiritual sense, he mobilized his true qi and poured it into a blocked auxiliary meridian. Like a hot knife through butter, he opened it up. Auxiliary meridians were open one by one, and the 5th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique was completed. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. On the 5th day, Chunzong had completed the 6th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. At this point, all of his white mist true qi had been converted into illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi. The advantage was that the purity and density of his true qi had increased significantly. The disadvantage was that his cultivation had dropped. Yes, Chunzong's cultivation had dropped from the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm to the late 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. However, this drop was only temporary and would quickly recover. Although his cultivation had dropped, his strength was not affected at all. 3 months. Chunzong had set a goal for himself. He wanted to master the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, a top-grade mortal sword art, and a top-grade mortal movement technique in 3 months. At the very least, he wanted to reach the trance stage. It would be best if he could break through to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. If other people knew about Chunzong's thoughts, they would definitely think that he was crazy. It was not easy to completely change to a top-grade mortal cultivation technique in 3 months. Not to mention, he wanted to cultivate a top-grade mortal sword art and a top-grade mortal movement technique to the trance stage. This was even more despairing. Chunzong prepared a lot of food for himself. After that, he put up the sign of seclusion and did not accept any visitors. It had to be said that the cultivation environment of the 100 Academy was indeed better. Every day, Chunzong could feel his true qi increasing. In addition to cultivating the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, Chunzong also began to cultivate a sword art. The sword art was called Wind Slayer. Every strike was very sharp and powerful. The movement technique was called Thousand Mile Mist. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. The white mist around Chunzong's body expanded and contracted. His true qi became even purer and more vigorous. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique had reached the 7th level, and his cultivation had returned to the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The 7th level illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi was much stronger than the 7th level white mist true qi. It was not inferior to the white mist true qi under the martial intent realm. He stood up and drew his sword. The sword light flashed as if it could split everything in half. Wind Slayer sword art. After cultivating for a while, Chunzong had already cultivated the Wind Slayer sword art to the large success stage. He could fully display its power. One sword strike after another, over and over again. Suddenly, the sword aura changed in an instant. A mysterious aura spread out, and every sword strike became more agile. Trance. For other cultivators, it was difficult to enter the trance stage, but for Chunzong, it was not difficult. After all, top-grade mortal cultivation was not much more difficult than high-grade mortal cultivation. Of course, this was only relative. If Chunzong was given a sword art that surpassed the mortal level, it would not be easy for him to reach the trance stage, let alone the perfection stage. As for martial intent, it would be even more difficult to comprehend. Chapter 978. The newly promoted inner sect disciples had a 3-month protection period. During this time, the newly promoted inner sect disciples could gradually adapt to the environment of the inner sect and improve their cultivation as much as possible so that they could have a foothold in the inner sect. During these 3 months, Chunzong had been in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't know what was happening outside the courtyard. After the 3 months, Chunzong took off his closed-door cultivation card and walked out of the courtyard, strolling around the inner sect area. Chun Qingzong, fight me. Lu Qingyang appeared before him, his powerful qi surging. He had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the Foundation Realm. Lu Qingyang didn't wait for Chunzong's reply and directly attacked with his sword. The powerful sword qi was like a black mountain pressing down from the sky. This was the impeccable Black Mountain sword art, and its power was much stronger than 3 months ago. The sword pressure was shocking, and the ground cracked. However, Chunzong swung his sword, and a white sword light flashed. The great white sword intent directly shattered the Black Mountain and sent Lu Qingyang flying. Some of the inner sect disciples in the distance were dumbfounded. 3 months ago, Chunzong had to put in a lot of effort to defeat Lu Qingyang. 3 months later, Lu Qingyang's strength had increased, but he was defeated by Chunzong in one strike. In other words, Chunzong's strength had increased even more in the past 3 months. No matter how unwilling Lu Qingyang was, he could only leave. The gap between them was too big. To Chunzong, defeating Lu Qingyang with a single sword strike was not a big deal. Brother, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. When Zhang Tiequang heard that Lu Qingyang had been defeated by Chunzong, he immediately came to find him. Right now, he admired Chunzong very much. Zhang Tiequang's change in style still made Chunzong feel a bit strange. Chunzong began to ask Zhang Tiequang about what had happened in the past 3 months. First, Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan had both broken through to the middle of the 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. Their martial arts had also increased, but they were still unable to challenge the disciples of the 100 Academies. Next, the other top 10 contenders in the Outer Sect tournament also made breakthroughs and passed the assessment to become Inner Sect disciples. Once again, Yang Xiaofan was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. Half a month ago, he was listed as a true disciple and became the 4th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. The last piece of news surprised Chunzong. Whether it was the 4th direct disciple or the disciple of the sovereign, Yang Xiaofan had ascended to the heavens in a single bound. He would be able to enjoy even better pointers and cultivation resources. This meant that Yang Xiaofan's future cultivation speed would be astonishing. However, Yang Xiaofan's innate talent was extraordinary. With his mastery of the White Thunder secret force, stepping into the transcendent realm was only a matter of time. On top of that, he would be able to cultivate to a relatively high level within the transcendent realm. If he was carefully nurtured, he would become a sect defending master of the Blue Cloud sect in the future. Thus, it was within reason for him to be accepted as a direct disciple of the Hallmaster. Since he was already a direct disciple of the Hallmaster, given how extraordinary he was, it was within reason for him to be accepted as a direct disciple. From Zhang Tiequang's tone, one could hear a trace of envy, which was normal. On the other hand, Chunzong didn't care at all. Of course, if it was the original Chun Qingzong, he would also be envious. While Chunzong and Zhang Tiequang were chatting, the Inner Sect disciples who had planned to teach Chunzong a lesson in 3 months' time had all shrunk back. They didn't think they would be a match for Lu Qingyang, who had defeated the strengthened Lu Qingyang with a single sword strike. They could only give up on that idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't be teaching him a lesson, but being taught a lesson by him instead. This person's strength, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 10. Top 10. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It had only been 3 months, yet he already had the strength to challenge the top 10. It was truly terrifying. Brother, I've always wanted to ask you for advice on sword skills. Now that you've come out, can you give me some pointers? After Zhang Tiequang finished speaking, he looked at Chunzong with a face full of hope. Compared to the arrogant Zhang Tiequang they had met at the beginning, the current Zhang Tiequang was a bit amusing. Okay, Chunzong didn't refuse. He was just doing it casually. To Chunzong, pointers only took a bit of time. But to Zhang Tiequang, it was a rare experience. Once the difficult points of his sword skills were solved, his saber skills would also improve. After Zhang Tiequang left, Chunzong calmed down. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, Chunzong had improved a lot. Not only had he successfully changed his cultivation method to the 8th level, but he had also comprehended the top-grade mortal-level heavenly cloud illusory fog skill. The so-called skill intent was the abbreviation of a cultivation method's martial intent. After comprehending the skill intent, the purity of the heavenly cloud illusory fog true chi had doubled. This meant that the explosive power had also doubled. Compared to the white mist true chi under the skill intent, it was at least 3 times stronger. Not only had he cultivated the heavenly cloud illusory fog skill to the 8th level and comprehended the skill intent, but he had also comprehended the top-grade mortal level wind cutter sword skill and the top-grade mortal level lightness skill. Martial intent was a general term. Cultivation method martial intent was called skill intent. Sword skill martial intent was called sword intent, and lightness skill martial intent was called body intent. This was an even better distinction. In addition, Chunzong had also taken the small breaking realm pill. His cultivation had broken through to the early 9th level of foundation establishment realm and was close to the peak. He was only a step away from the middle stage. Compared to 3 months ago, Chunzong's strength had increased dramatically. The most important point was that although he had only comprehended a small part of the mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra, Chunzong had gained a lot. If I can become a true disciple, I can read all kinds of cultivation methods and martial arts in the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower at will. Chunzong began to think. He had not been in this world for a long time, but he had already felt that the cultivation method of this world was very brilliant. It was far superior to that of the Blue Waves world. Therefore, all the accumulation of the Blue Waves world could only be used to comprehend things. As for those cultivation methods and martial arts, they were basically useless. Of course, even if they could be used, they could not compare to the cultivation methods and martial arts of this world. They were basically useless. Chunzong had always valued consolidation and accumulation. It was precisely because of his conscious consolidation and accumulation that he was able to cultivate more smoothly. After some comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra, Chunzong was more inclined to this point. The Heart Sword Sutra was not a cultivation method, nor a martial art. It was difficult to describe, but if one really wanted to describe it, it was a kind of realm. It allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the sword. He also had a new understanding of the mysteries of the change of heart. How can I become a true disciple? For a time, Chunzong could not find a suitable method. Yang Chaofan was able to become a true disciple because he was born extraordinary. As for the other 3 true disciples, they used their own abilities to prove themselves. They needed time. Chen Qingzong, Elder Lin summons you. A deacon came to inform him. Elder Lin. Chunzong was slightly startled. This Elder Lin was the elder who presided over the Outer Sect Great Competition. He was one of the elders with real power in the Blue Cloud Sect. Why did he summon him? Chunzong stood up and walked towards Elder Lin's cave. Intersect disciple Chun Zong greets Elder Lin. Chunzong saluted and said, Chunzong. Elder Lin frowned slightly. Aren't you called Chun Qingzong? Replying elder, because of some unforeseen event in my family, I have to change my name. Chunzong naturally could not say that he came from another world. He found a reason that sounded reasonable. Well, whether you're called Chun Qingzong or Chunzong is fine. Do you know why this elder has summoned you? Elder Lin did not care about the name. It was just a name change. It was not a big deal. This disciple does not know. Chunzong replied, neither too fast nor too slow. Chun, sect, you should know that Yang Chaofan is now the 4th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. As a true disciple, he will receive the most important training in the sect. Elder Lin chuckled. With your ability, you're also qualified to be a true disciple. However, you should know that no sect will nurture a disloyal disciple. Chunzong nodded. This was normal. If he was the Blue Cloud sect leader, he would also have the same thought. Why should a person who is not loyal to the sect be nurtured with resources? Of course, This was referring to the important position of a true disciple. If it was an inner or outer sect disciple, the requirements would not be so strict. Now, the sect has a task for you. If you can complete it well, you will be ranked as the 5th true disciple. Elder Lin said, his eyes shining. This was equivalent to a test. Whether one was loyal or not was not something that could be determined in a short period of time. In fact, it was hard to say for a long time. After all, there were cases of people who were loyal for decades, but suddenly turned against each other. If one was timid because of this, one would not be able to achieve anything. One had to make a choice. The so-called task this time was actually a test that Elder Lin fought for Chunzong. If he could pass the test, Chunzong would be qualified to be a true disciple. After all, Chunzong's talent was really amazing. Although he did not master any talent ability, he gave people the feeling that he would not lose to Yang Chaofan. Chunzong naturally would not reject a pillow given when he was sleepy. If he was qualified, it meant that there was a high possibility that he would be a true disciple. However, Chunzong had to know what the task was. My Blue Cloud sect has 18 cities under its jurisdiction, but one of them is called Purple Cloud City. It is located at the border between our Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect. Elder Lin explained directly. Purple Cloud City is rich in purple cloud iron, a good material for forging weapons. It has attracted the covetous eyes of Purple Radiant sect, so they decided to enter and compete with our Blue Cloud sect. Since Purple Radiant sect did not send a transcendent, our Blue Cloud sect naturally will not send a transcendent either. Elder Lin said, transcendents were the pillars of the sect, the main force. If they were sent out, it meant that the situation had escalated. Not to mention, the Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect were not the only 2 4-star forces in Dongchun. If a war broke out between the 2 sects, it would only benefit the other sects. Therefore, the competition for Purple Cloud City was carried out by disciples below the transcendent realm in the sect. The Blue Cloud sect's purpose was naturally to drive away the people of Purple Radiant sect and regain control of Purple Cloud City. Purple Radiant sect, on the other hand, wanted to take Purple Cloud City for themselves. This time, the sect will appoint you as the pavilion master of Purple Cloud City's Clear Cloud Pavilion. You will control Clear Cloud Pavilion and use your ability and strategy to seek benefits for the sect. Elder Lin said directly, we do not ask you to drive away the people of Purple Radiant sect, but you must at least seize the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron. Are you willing to accept this task? Elder Lin asked finally, his eyes blazing. Disciple is willing. Chunzong thought for a moment and agreed. Chapter 979. There were 4 4-star forces in Dongchun territory, each with a dozen or so cities under their jurisdiction. Each city was equivalent to the sect's property and was one of the sources of income. Therefore, the more cities there were, the more people there would be, and the more income there would be. In addition, some cities had local specialties that were also useful to the sect. Blue Cloud City had 18 cities under its jurisdiction, 17 of which began with the word blue. Only Purple Cloud City did not have one. First, Purple Cloud City was rich in purple cloud iron, and second, Purple Cloud City had always been contested by the Purple Yao sect. There were many forces in Purple Cloud City, and the situation was more complicated than other cities. Among the many forces, the strongest were the Blue Cloud sect's Blue Cloud Pavilion and the Purple Yao sect's Purple Yao House. As for now, Chunzong did not know because he had not yet arrived at Purple Cloud City and was still en route. Since Chunzong had accepted this task, he had not been able to get any help from the Blue Cloud sect and had to rely on himself. Chunzong did not have any objections to this. If he relied on himself, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. After all, Transcendence would not intervene in the competition in Purple Cloud City. Most people did not know Chunzong's whereabouts. After walking down Blue Cloud Peak, Chunzong used his movement skill. Mortal grade top grade movement skill, 1,000 miles mist. The 1,000 miles of cloud and mist was a movement technique that was very suitable for long-distance raids. Once it was used, the body would become light, just like a cloud of smoke. Once the true chi was activated, the body would quickly float forward. The speed was very fast. Using it to rush not only saved true chi, but also increased the speed. It was very outstanding. Of course, if used in battle, it would be somewhat inadequate. However, the original purpose of creating the 1,000 miles cloud was for long-distance travel. Activating the 1,000 miles of clouds, Chunzong's entire body disappeared. Only a wisp of white smoke remained, as if it had been blown by a gust of wind. It was as light as a feather, floating forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, only a wisp of smoke was left, and then it disappeared again. After cultivating the 1,000-mile mist to the perfection stage and also grasping a martial intent, when he used it, he would transform into a wisp of light smoke. It was very mystical, and his speed was also much faster. The Purple Cloud City was located at the border between the Blue Cloud Sect and the Purple Brilliant Sect. It was very far from the Blue Cloud Peak. With Chunzong's speed, it would take him a few days to get there. In the main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion in the Purple Cloud City, a group of people took their seats. Acting Pavilion Master Lin Gu's face was dark and cold. There was some anger in the depths of his eyes as he coldly snorted. Immediately, the letter in his hand flew out like a blade and landed in the hands of one of the elders. That old man was none other than Clear Cloud Pavilion's Grand Elder, Lin Jingyi. When he opened the letter, his eyes widened in shock. Then, Lin Jingyi passed the letter to a middle-aged man. This man was the Clear Cloud Pavilion's second elder, Wang Yuan. After reading the letter, Wang Yuan slammed his palm on the table beside him, shattering it with a loud bang. They actually sent someone to be the pavilion master. Wang Yuan lowered his voice, but his tone was filled with anger. It is reasonable for the sect to send someone to be the pavilion master. Grand Elder Lin Jingyi was also filled with anger, but he did not lose his composure. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "However, at the time when the new batch of Purple Cloud Iron is about to be mined, the Purple Cloud Iron is of great importance. It is also related to our interests. No matter what, it cannot be taken away." Third Elder Wang Han also spoke. He and Second Elder Wang Yuan were brothers. Acting Pavilion Master Lin Gu was the most unhappy. Other than the Purple Cloud Iron, it was also related to the Pavilion Master position. Although he was the acting Pavilion Master at the current stage, he was the Pavilion Master. Now that the sect had sent someone to take over the Pavilion Master position, it was equivalent to taking away his power. "Pavilion Master, please don't be angry." Seeing through Lin Gu's thoughts, Lin Zheng said with a sinister smile, "Right now, the Clear Cloud Pavilion is our Clear Cloud Pavilion. If the person sent by the sect is honest, we will let him be the Pavilion Master for once. If he doesn't, fighting with the brilliant Purple House will result in death." Hearing this, Lin Gu's brows immediately relaxed. The other two elders also laughed. That's right, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was now completely under their control. Every year, at least half of the Purple Cloud Iron that they obtained would be secretly sold off by them. The profits would naturally belong to them, and because the amount of Purple Cloud Iron sold each time wasn't much, it wasn't easy to be found out. In addition, there were many factions in the Purple Cloud City, and the situation was complicated. The Blue Cloud sect did not need the Purple Cloud Iron to survive, so they did not pay too much attention to it. However, not paying too much attention to it did not mean that they would give up. Therefore, the Blue Cloud sect issued such a mission. Elder Lin fought for Chunzong. Not long after, the acting Pavilion Master and the three elders of the Clear Cloud Pavilion had agreed on everything. If the person sent by the sect was honest, he would be the Pavilion Master until the time limit was up. If not, they would kill him with a borrowed knife. A horse would not get fat without eating at night, and a man would not get rich without a windfall. No one could stop them from seeking benefits. Time flew, and in a flash, a few days had passed. A wisp of smoke came with the wind and quickly approached. The smoke dissipated, revealing a figure. It was Chunzong. In front of Chunzong, there was a tall, ancient city wall. In the middle of the wall was a huge city gate with the words Purple Cloud written on it. Purple Cloud City. Standing outside the city, Chunzong could feel a trace of chaos, indicating that the situation in the Purple Cloud City was indeed more complicated. Taking a step forward, he strode into the Purple Cloud City. There was no one guarding the gate of the Purple Cloud City, so people could enter and leave freely. However, compared to other cities, this place was more chaotic. If an ordinary person entered or left the Purple Cloud City, they could be killed. Chunzong stepped into the Purple Cloud City. Suddenly, many eyes swept over him like tigers and wolves, staring at Chunzong with malicious intent. "Hey kid, where did you come from? What are you doing here?" Immediately, someone strode over, blocked Chunzong's way, and asked him politely, "Where is the Clear Cloud Pavilion?" Chunzong did not answer the other person's question, but asked back, "The Clear Cloud Pavilion. You are from the Clear Cloud Pavilion?" The man's face was serious, and his tone was very different from before. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was one of the two strongest forces in the Purple Cloud City. The other three forces could barely compete with it. If the other person was really from the Clear Cloud Pavilion, he did not dare to provoke him, or else he would implicate the gang behind him. "Haha, little brother, keep walking forward." And you see, the man's mind turned, and he immediately put on a smile. After hearing this, Chunzong walked forward. The streets of the Purple Cloud City were very wide, but they were broken everywhere. Potholes were everywhere, and no one came to repair them. It was not easy to walk normally, and if it rained, it was even more uncomfortable for ordinary people. Even if it was repaired, it was useless. Battles could break out at any time, and the ground would still be damaged. Moreover, there were many forces in the city, and it was very complicated. No one was willing to take on this responsibility and waste their time. Not only were the streets broken, but there were also many collapsed houses, as if they were withering in the wind, telling the story of the destruction caused by the past battles. The broken streets and collapsed houses let Chunzong know more about the chaos in the Purple Cloud City. Turning the corner of the street, a sharp wind suddenly broke out, tearing the air and piercing the eardrums. He saw a broken sword shoot towards Chunzong like an arrow. Chunzong tilted his head slightly, and the broken sword flew past his ear. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Who dared to attack him? In the end, it turned out that it was not someone who deliberately wanted to kill him, but there were two parties fighting in the distance, and the broken sword was shot by one of them. Chunzong was slightly stunned, and then he did not pay attention to it. Conflicts like this were not uncommon in the Purple Cloud City. Sometimes, it was normal to be accidentally injured or even killed. If the person who was accidentally injured or killed was an ordinary person or a cultivator who did not have any backing, they could only accept it. Chunzong was not a violent person. Otherwise, with the attack of the broken sword just now, he would have killed both parties. Since it was not an attack, and he was not injured, Chunzong did not pay attention to it. He walked over casually, and the people who were hiding in the distance were horrified. In this kind of situation, people would usually hide as far away as possible. Who would send themselves forward? Did they want to die faster? No attack could fall on Chunzong, as if he was not a person, but a wisp of smoke. In a flash, when everyone was in a trance, Chunzong's figure had disappeared. After about 10 breaths, Chunzong stopped. In front of him was a pavilion that was more than 20 meters high. The words Clear Cloud Pavilion were written on the plaque. It was the destination of Chunzong's trip. He stepped into the pavilion, but was stopped directly. "This is the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Who are you?" The person who stopped Chunzong was a guard of the pavilion. "Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion." Chunzong replied directly. "Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion? Haha, what a joke. If you're the Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, then I am the Sect Master of the Blue Cloud Sect." This guard was also a member of the Blue Cloud Sect, but he was a cultivator recruited by the Clear Cloud Pavilion. He had never been to the Blue Cloud Sect in his life, and probably had no chance to go to the Blue Cloud Sect. "Where is the acting Pavilion Master? Ask him to come out." Chunzong frowned slightly and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to see our Pavilion Master? Get out while I'm still in a good mood, or I'll make your blood splatter." The guard's expression changed, and he shouted fiercely. His hand pressed on the hilt of the saber at his waist, and his murderous aura rushed towards Chunzong. Chunzong frowned again. This clear cloud pavilion was different from what he had imagined. "Get out of here." Seeing that Chunzong had no intention of leaving, the guard was furious. He unsheathed his saber, and the saber light was shocking. He directly attacked without mercy. The saber light abruptly halted in midair and dissipated. Chunzong took a step forward, brushing past the guard as he walked into the green cloud pavilion. That guard maintained his posture of slashing out with his saber, remaining motionless as a bright red dot appeared in the center of his brows. Although the guard was a member of the clear cloud pavilion, and to a certain extent was his subordinate, Chunzong did not hesitate to kill. The battle here was fast, but the aura of the guard still alarmed the others in the clear cloud pavilion. They rushed out one by one, and when they saw the guard on the ground and the blood, their expressions changed. Their murderous aura surged, and they quickly surrounded Chunzong. Chapter 980. The atmosphere was murderous and tense. "What are you doing? Stop it!" A shout was heard, and a sharp gaze fell on Chunzong's face. The third elder, Wang Han, had arrived. "Young friend, what brings you to the clear cloud pavilion?" In fact, Wang Han had already guessed it. Chunzong took out the sect's order and said, "I was sent by the sect. You should have received the news." "So you're the new pavilion master sent by the sect." Wang Han pretended to be surprised and immediately scolded the people around him. "All of you, apologize to our new pavilion master immediately and ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, even I can't save you." It sounded good, but Chunzong felt that the tone was a little strange. It was as if he didn't take him seriously. The others looked at each other. Only the acting pavilion master and a few elders knew about the new pavilion master, but since Elder Wang Han said so, they had to do as he said. Chunzong didn't intend to pursue the matter. There was no need to. Wang Han led the way, and Chunzong followed. They stepped into the clear cloud pavilion to meet the others. The new pavilion master. The new pavilion master sent by the Blue Cloud sect. "I have a bad feeling. Something big is going to happen." The people of the clear cloud pavilion below started to discuss. They weren't idiots. However, that was a matter for the higher-ups. It wasn't something they could get involved in. If they were careless, they would be smashed to pieces. It was better to do their own things and pretend that they didn't know anything. Chunzong saw the other two elders of the clear cloud pavilion. The third elder, Wang Han, was all smiles, giving people a kind feeling. The second elder, Wang Yuan, had a cold face, as if he was a creditor. The first elder, on the other hand, had a wise and far-sighted appearance, as if he was a scheming old fox. As for the acting pavilion master, Lin Gu, he was shrewd but not that deep. Although he tried to hide his emotions, Chunzong still found some clues. Dissatisfaction. Although the acting pavilion master and the three elders behaved differently, Chunzong was not a young boy. He could tell the dissatisfaction in the depths of their hearts when he interacted with them. However, after thinking about it, Chunzong could understand. The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. I'm a master. It was obvious that the current clear cloud pavilion had changed. It had become a tool for the acting pavilion master and the three elders. However, Chunzong did not say anything. He had just arrived, and Chunzong was not clear about the situation in Purple Cloud City. He needed to understand it first. The three elders prepared the so-called welcoming banquet for Chunzong, while Chunzong walked out of the clear cloud pavilion, intending to look around. Acting pavilion master Lin Gu immediately sent someone to follow Chunzong. On the surface, he was acting as a tour guide, but in reality, he was monitoring Chunzong's every move. Chunzong didn't refuse this. Chunzong directly asked, "Tell me about the current situation in Purple Cloud City." Sun Ming smiled and said, "Lord Pavilion Master, I'm just a small character. How would I know such things?" He could be considered Lin Gu's confidant. Chunzong didn't continue to ask because he could see that Sun Ming was just being perfunctory. Then Qinzong strolled around, and Sun Ming followed closely. Sun Ming suddenly turned around and found that the new pavilion master had disappeared. This was naturally Qinzong's intention to leave. With the 1,000-mile cloud art, it couldn't be easier to silently leave a 7th-level Foundation Realm cultivator. Damn it! Sun Ming was extremely angry. He destroyed the house next to him and quickly returned to the clear cloud pavilion. He didn't know what the consequences would be, so he had to report it. Third Elder Wang Han laughed and said, "Hee hee, it looks like our new pavilion master is very restless. It's his first time here, and he came with a mission from the sect. It's understandable that he wants to achieve something." The first elder, Lin Jingyi, chuckled. He had a scheming appearance. It doesn't matter. Let him do as he pleases. This is the situation in Purple Cloud City. It will not be difficult to find out, as long as he obediently cooperates with us after he returns. If he doesn't cooperate, I'll kill him and frame the brilliant purple pavilion. Wang Yuan's face was filled with murderous intent. Lin Gu smiled and waved his hand. Prepare a welcoming banquet and let our new pavilion master enjoy it. Of course, they wouldn't dare to kill Qinzong unless they had to. After all, he was someone sent by the sect. If he died here, it would attract the attention of the other sect members. If they accidentally leaked the information, they wouldn't have a good ending. However, if the new pavilion master didn't cooperate and insisted on going against them, then they could only kill him. As for the consequences, they could think about it later. After half a day, Qinzong slowly returned. He had basically inquired about the situation in Purple Cloud City. The chaos in Purple Cloud City could be seen at a glance. There were fights everywhere, and it was possible to see people dying everywhere. Therefore, except for some secret matters, Qinzong already knew most of the things. There were more than 20 forces in Purple Cloud City. Among them, the 5 strongest forces were the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, and the 3 Great Families. However, the 3 Great Families were slightly inferior to the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple Pavilion. But in general, the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, and the 3 Great Families were 2-star forces. The other 20 forces were all 1-star forces. As for the unrated forces, they weren't included. After all, they were very weak and had a poor foundation. The current situation was that the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, the 3 Great Families Alliance, and the 21-Star Forces Alliance were the 4 pillars of the tripod. The 4 pillars of the tripod were the so-called 4 Great Families. They formed a balance. If one of them was affected, it might lead to a war. At that time, there would be a lot of casualties. This was something that no one wanted to see. The Purple Cloud Iron was a special product of Purple Cloud City. It was mined once a year. The 4 forces worked together to distribute it. The Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple Pavilion each got 30%. The 3 Great Families and the 21-Star Forces Alliance each got 20%. This distribution method had been going on for several years. The sect gave Qinzong the task to obtain 50% of the Purple Cloud City's distribution rights. As for how to do it, it was all up to Qinzong's ability. The sect wouldn't help him. Qinzong started to think. He organized the information he had obtained and deduced what to do. Pavilion Master Chan, please. The acting Pavilion Master, Lin Gu, invited him with a smile. The main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion had been decorated beautifully. There were all kinds of good wine and delicious food. Although Qinzong was the Pavilion Master, the one sitting on the main seat was still the acting Pavilion Master, Lin Gu. The 3 elders also took their seats without any objections. Qinzong's seat was below the 3 elders. Seating was a very complicated thing. One status was closely related to one's seat. Logically speaking, Qinzong was the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's seat should belong to him. But now, it seemed that he wasn't as good as the 3 elders. In an instant, the other Clear Cloud Pavilion members in the main hall all understood the situation. Qinzong's expression didn't change. Come, let's drink. The acting Pavilion Master, Lin Gu, raised his wine cup and gestured to everyone. Then, he looked at Qinzong and said, Pavilion Master Chun, let's drink 3 cups first. I don't drink. Qinzong smiled. Don't drink? No, Chinzong was actually quite fond of drinking, but it depended on who he drank with. Not just anyone, Chinzong was willing to drink. Lin Gu's arm paused. His face was full of displeasure. A cold and murderous aura spread out. The three elders looked at Chinzong. Their expressions were different, but there was a trace of coldness in the depths of their eyes. The other members of the Clear Cloud Pavilion who were about to drink were also shocked and stopped. "Ah, it's okay. It's understandable that you don't drink. Let's eat." Great Elder Lin Zhengyi suddenly spoke with a smile on his face. The atmosphere also eased up. Third Elder Wang Han clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, waves of fragrant wind blew. One by one, beautiful and graceful girls in translucent pink muslin dresses floated in like pink clouds. Under the translucent muslin dresses, there was a beautiful body that was faintly discernible, making people forget to leave. Although Chinzong looked at them, his eyes were clear. He wasn't affected at all. A total of 12 girls danced gracefully, making people intoxicated. When the dance ended, the two most beautiful girls floated to Chinzong like clouds and sat on Chinzong's left and right. "Ha ha, Pavilion Master Chun, these sisters were carefully selected by us for you." Lin Gu laughed loudly. His words were simple and straightforward. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Chinzong said neither quickly nor slowly. Beauty was like wine, but it had to be drunk on the right person. Chinzong wasn't a heartless person, but if he had something in his heart, he wouldn't lose his composure. Not to mention, the other party didn't have good intentions. With a bang, Lin Gu smashed the table with his palm. His face was full of anger. A powerful aura spread out, knocking everything around him away. "I kindly invited you to a banquet, but you didn't drink. I gave you beauties, but you didn't want them. What do you want?" Lin Gu lost control and roared. Lin Jingyi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Lin Gu's temperament wasn't suitable to be a pavilion master, even if he was the acting pavilion master. After all, he was easily irritable. For example, Chinzong's arrival made Lin Gu feel uneasy. Although they had discussed it, he still felt that way. This banquet sounded nice, but it was a trap. If Chinzong drank the wine and accepted the beauties, then it was equivalent to them saying that they wouldn't participate in this matter and would just be a puppet pavilion master. However, Chinzong refused to drink the wine and rejected the beauties. Two rejections were equivalent to sending a signal that he wouldn't compromise. Naturally, Lin Gu was furious. "What? You want to go against your superior?" Chinzong's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Lin Gu. "Going against my superior? Huh." Lin Gu couldn't stop laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You, a mere brat, think you have some talent." At this point, it was time to shed all pretense of cordiality. The three elders all stood up, and their powerful auras locked onto Chinzong. Lin Gu and the three elders' cultivation levels weren't low. They were all at the 9th layer of the Foundation realm and weren't weak. They felt like they could suppress Chinzong with their strength alone. Chapter 981. Chun, Pavilion Master, please get up and come with us. It won't be good if we accidentally break your little arms and legs. Sun Ming and the other 7th level Foundation realm cultivator walked up to Chinzong with sneers on their faces. The two beautiful girls immediately fled in panic. Actually, as a member of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, just do your part well, and the Blue Cloud sect won't forget you. If there is a chance, you can truly become a part of the Blue Cloud sect. Chinzong stood up and calmly spoke. His expression was calm, and there was no trace of nervousness or fear on his face. Sun Ming sneered and said, "Hee hee, who do you think you are? A mere brat like you thinks you can represent the Blue Cloud sect? Stop talking nonsense and surrender, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The other 7th level Foundation realm cultivator sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed Chinzong's shoulder like a tiger. The tiger claw was filled with terrifying true energy and could easily crush steel. The acting pavilion master Lin Gu and the three elders all sneered. The other pavilion members naturally wouldn't stop them. From the beginning, they were all on Lin Gu and the three elders' side. Here, Chinzong was alone and helpless. Yes, on the surface, Chunzong was indeed alone and helpless, but he still had his sword. With his sword in hand, he could make the world his enemy. So what? Chunzong didn't dodge the tiger claw, and his shoulder was directly grabbed. The person's face was filled with a grin. He wanted to give Chunzong a taste of his power, but he found that his tiger claw was blocked by a powerful force. He couldn't move Chunzong at all. With a bang, the 7th level Foundation Realm cultivator flew out and coughed out blood. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be shocked. Sun Ming immediately attacked as well. He punched out mercilessly towards Chunzong's chest. A sword light flashed in front of his eyes. Sun Ming only felt an extremely shocking sharpness piercing through the air and directly sending him flying. An intense pain of his body being torn apart swept through his entire body. Bastard! The second elder, Wang Yuan, was furious. He jumped up and raised his palm like a knife. His genuine chi surged and condensed into a knife light, which cut the air. In a flash, it cut a dozen meters away and slashed toward Chunzong. Chunzong could feel the overwhelming power and murderous intent contained in this strike. Lin Gu, the first elder, and the third elder had no intention of stopping him. Clearly, they had already decided to kill Chunzong here. As for the rest, they would deal with it later. In an instant, Chunzong understood his opponent's plan. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. The great white sword was unsheathed, but the blade was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a white sword light that pierced through the air. Second Elder Wang Yuan's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Realm. His high-grade mortal saber art was at the peak of the large success stage. When he used his full strength, his power was not weak. Even so, he was no match for Chunzong's sword. The saber light was instantly pierced through and shattered. The sword also pierced through Wang Yuan's throat, coming out from the back of his neck. Big brother! Wang Han roared in shock. His eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He leaped forward and pounced. His seemingly fat body displayed astonishing agility and power. He crossed his arms, and his entire body was like a meteorite as he ruthlessly smashed towards Chunzong. He wanted to smash Chunzong into pieces. Wang Han's cultivation was the same as Wang Yuan's. They were both at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Realm. His full-strength attack was even more terrifying. A shocking pressure surged out, and the table in front of Chunzong cracked and shattered. Cracks appeared on the ground around him, and the pillar behind him cracked. Chunzong didn't move at all and slashed out with his sword. The white sword light was like a bird flapping its wings. In an instant, it tore through Wang Han's genuine chi and pierced through his round body. Wang Han's body paused in the air and fell before Chunzong. His life force had been extinguished. In just a few breaths of time, Wang Yuan and Wang Han both died. They were both at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Realm, but when they used their full strength, they couldn't even block one strike from Chunzong. At this moment, Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi's hearts sank, and a chill emerged from the depths of their hearts. Only now did they realize that they had all underestimated Chunzong. To be able to kill a mid-stage 9th level Foundation Realm cultivator with one strike, his strength was very terrifying. Even among the Blue Cloud Sect's intersect disciples, he was definitely one of the top. He was someone that the Blue Cloud Sect valued. Thinking about this, Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi's hearts sank even more. They felt even more uneasy. How could they touch a disciple that was valued by the sect? As long as something happened, the sect would immediately send someone to investigate. At that time, how could they hide it? Thinking about this, Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi felt an inexplicable sense of fear. After Chunzong killed Wang Yuan and Wang Han, his sharp gaze swept past Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi. Then he slashed out with his sword. The sword light split into two and flew by like two white birds. It was so fast that Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi didn't even have time to react. The two of them only felt a sharp pain in their ears that quickly spread. The sword light disappeared and a red appeared on their earlobes. In other words, if Chunzong wanted to kill them, That sword strike from before was sufficient to kill them all in an instant before they could even react. Thinking about this, Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi's bodies trembled. Their faces turned pale, and their hearts palpitated. Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi's cultivation levels were both higher than Wang Yuan and Wang Han's. One was at the late stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm, while the other was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm. However, they only cultivated high-grade, mortal martial arts, so they couldn't compare to Qinzong. Qinzong's cultivation was at the peak of the early stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm, but he cultivated a top-quality mortal cultivation method, adding on the top-quality mortal sword intent. Even if he didn't use his full strength, his power was still very terrifying. Killing them would only take a single thought. The reason he didn't kill them was because they still had some use. Of course, if they weren't willing to cooperate, Qinzong wouldn't mind killing them all. At most, he would just have to spend some effort to promote some people. The sect has appointed me as the Pavilion Master. Do you have any objections? Qinzong sheathed his white sword and walked up to Lin Gu. His tone was indifferent, but there was an indescribable aura to it. Although he was staring at Lin Gu, his question was also directed at everyone in the hall. Lin Gu opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. This contrast was completely different for what he expected. The impact was too big, so he couldn't react. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Jingyi quickly reacted and saluted. In the Clear Cloud Pavilion, Lin Gu was the acting Pavilion Master, but he mostly listened to Lin Jingyi's opinion. Seeing Lin Jingyi bow, although Lin Gu was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey. He was afraid he would be killed like Wang Yuan and Wang Han. From Qinzong's calm eyes, Lin Gu could see how decisive he was. Seeing Lin Gu and Lin Jingyi bow and call Qinzong Pavilion Master, the other members naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They also bowed and called him Pavilion Master. Among these members, aside from the acting Pavilion Master and the 3 elders, there were also a few 9th layer Foundation Realm cultivators. They were the main force of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Everyone rise. Qinzong sat on the Pavilion Lord's seat. His aura was naturally dignified. Beneath his calm eyes was an extremely sharp gaze. He slowly swept his gaze across. I know that you are only temporarily surrendering. Perhaps you are still thinking about how to deal with me after this. It doesn't matter. We don't dare, we don't dare. They all shouted. Of course, they were saying they didn't dare, but what they were thinking in their hearts was another matter. However, you all have to understand one thing. Qinzong's eyes suddenly shot out an incomparably sharp light. It was like a sword being unsheathed. No one dared to look directly at him. Those with lower cultivation levels trembled. A cold voice came from Qinzong's mouth. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy. Everyone's heart trembled. They only felt a chill pass through their bodies like a sharp blade, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. Qinzong waved his hand and told the higher-ups to stay. The rest of the members left. Let's talk about the current situation. Qinzong said directly. Although he had done some research, it wasn't comprehensive enough. He needed a deeper understanding. Under the pressure, Lin Jingyi began to explain. In addition to what Qinzong knew, there were also things that Qinzong didn't know. Qinzong didn't speak. He just listened. His mind was constantly turning. He was thinking about how to complete the sect's mission in the shortest time possible, or even better. In the end, this was just a mission. Qinzong was only temporary as the Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. It wouldn't last long. Everyone left, leaving only Qinzong alone in the main hall. He continued to think. Compared to cultivation, Qinzong didn't like to deal with this kind of thing. He wasn't good at it either. But now that he had accepted the mission from the sect and was the Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, he had a plan and complete the mission beautifully. Then, he would be qualified to become the 5th core disciple. Uncle, are we just going to give in like this? Lin Gu was very unwilling to give up. His heart was filled with rage, especially when he thought about how he had bowed down in front of Qinzong today. He felt even more humiliated. We misjudged his strength. Lin Jingyi's face was cold. Previously, they thought that although Qinzong was an inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for them. After all, He looked very young, probably around 15 or 16 years old. At best, he was at the 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. At most, he would be at the 8th layer of the Foundation Realm. They didn't expect him to kill the 2nd Elder and 3rd Elder with one strike. Even the Head Elder, who was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm, couldn't resist. Their misjudgment caused them to fall into a passive position. There are only 3 ways now. Lin Jingyi's eyes lit up. First, let go of the unwillingness in our hearts. Respect him as the Pavilion Master, and listen to his orders. He is just a brat. So what if he is talented? Can he handle everything in the Clear Cloud Pavilion? When the time comes, he will still have to rely on us. Second, we pretend to be obedient. This can be considered an extension of the first method. We will force him to pay attention to us, and when the time comes, the power will return to our hands. Lin Jingyi's eyes once again flickered with a shrewd light. Soon after, a trace of viciousness flashed across his face. The third method is to ask your uncle to take action and directly suppress him. Chapter 982. Clear Cloud Pavilion covered an area of several square meters. In addition to a 20-meter-tall pavilion, there was also a backyard with many independent small courtyards. These are the residences of the upper echelons of Clear Cloud Pavilion. Now, that Shenzong was the pavilion master. The best courtyard, Clear Cloud Courtyard, naturally belonged to him. The courtyard was deep and had a small pond with lotus flowers. Beside the pond was a small pavilion. Shenzong sat in the pavilion, quietly comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra. Now that he had cultivated the 3 top-grade, mortal-level cultivation methods and martial skills to the highest point, he had grasped a martial intent. If he wanted to improve any further, it would be incomparably difficult. But the Heart Sword Sutra was broad and profound. After several months of meditation, he had only managed to comprehend a tiny bit of it. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it was still a considerable harvest. Shenzong was very clear that compared to other secret arts and martial arts, the Heart Sword Sutra was his foundation and the most important thing. At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open and a black-robed figure strode in. As the black-robed figure stepped in, a tyrannical aura filled the air. It blew over like a gale, causing the sand and stones in the courtyard to fly, the trees in the corner to sway, the water in the pond to ripple, and the lotus leaves on the pond to sway crazily. As soon as the black-robed man approached the courtyard, Shenzong already knew at a glance. Shenzong also clearly saw the appearance of this black-robed man. He didn't look young, estimated to be 50 or 60 years old. His appearance was somewhat similar to Clear Cloud Pavilion's great elder Lin Jingyi. Shenzong guessed that he had some relationship with Lin Jingyi. Moreover, the aura fluctuations of this person were very mysterious, making Shenzong feel that they were not fluctuations of true qi, but rather more powerful. This kind of aura fluctuations were shockingly spirit energy fluctuations. This person is a transcendent. Shenzong couldn't help but be surprised. After all, according to the standards of Blue Wave's world, only transcendent realm masters could grasp spirit energy. Soon after, Shenzong recalled that this place was not the Blue Wave's world, but the spiritual martial sacred world. It was a world of a higher level than the Blue Wave's world. In Blue Wave's world, the symbol of stepping into the transcendent realm was spirit chi and true meaning, both of which were indispensable. As for the pseudo-transcendent realm, it referred to cultivators who had mastered pseudo-spirit chi and minor true meaning. However, in the Lingwu holy world, the hallmark of a transcendent realm master was their spirit energy and transcendent secret force. Between the two, neither could be missing. Only by grasping both would one be able to become a transcendent. However, comparatively speaking, the latter was more difficult. After all, there weren't many people like Yang Chaofan, who was born extraordinary and grasped extraordinary secret powers. Spirit energy was much easier to grasp than transcendent secret force. Therefore, those below the transcendent realm who could grasp spirit energy were called half-step transcendents. After coming here for more than 3 months, Chunzong was already very clear about one point. Late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm was comparable to pseudo-transcendence of Blue Wave's world, and the half-step transcendence here might not be as strong as the true transcendence of Blue Wave's world, but they were not inferior by much. The black-robed old man had a tall and muscular physique. His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked step by step towards Chunzong. A raging wind howled as a terrifying aura directly slammed into Chunzong. It was as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Did Lin Jingyi and Lin Gu send you here? Not only was Chunzong not suppressed, he even asked in a tone that was neither light nor heavy, neither fast nor slow. The black-robed old man glared, and an even more violent aura surged out from his body. One could faintly hear a terrifying roar, as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. Unfortunately, all of this seemed to be useless and did not have the slightest effect on Chunzong. Not to mention a half-step transcendent. Even a true Transcendent Realm Master would find it difficult to affect Chunzong with just their aura. Young man, you're very good. The black-robed old man spoke with a vigorous voice, like rolling thunder, exploding in Chunzong's ears. But you're too young. You have talent, but you don't know how to deal with people. This is not good. You'll suffer losses. Oh, then how can I not suffer losses? Chunzong couldn't help but find it funny, and asked in a neither too fast nor too slow manner. This calm attitude suddenly made the black-robed old man a little surprised. One had to know that he was a half-step Transcendent Realm Master, one of the top masters in Purple Cloud City, while the other party was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Even if his cultivation talent was outstanding, so what? At best, he was only at the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm. A 15 or 16-year-old 9th layer Foundation Realm Master was indeed amazing, but the gap between him and a half-step Transcendent was huge. First of all, in terms of true chi and spirit energy, the difference was at least 10 times, which meant the difference in explosive power was also 10 times. Even if he didn't use any martial arts, just his spirit energy alone was enough to suppress the other party. If he used any martial arts, it would be even more terrifying. After all, using true chi to activate martial arts and using spirit energy to activate martial arts were two different concepts. The difference was not 10 times, but 10 times or even 20 times. As for Chunzong being a half-step transcendent, that was impossible. According to the black-robed old man's knowledge, there was no such young half-step transcendent in the Blue Cloud sect. The sect sent you here, so just focus on being the Pavilion Master. Don't interfere with other matters. When the time comes, you will receive your share of benefits. The black-robed old man threw away the trace of doubt in his heart. His eyes were as majestic as thunder as he stared at Chunzong and spoke word by word. Another vermin. Chunzong laughed involuntarily and stood up. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The black-robed old man was angry. He was Lin Gu's uncle and Lin Jingyi's brother, Lin Zhengchun. In a fit of rage, Lin Zhengchun struck out with his palm. The momentum surged like a thunderclap, carrying an extremely terrifying aura as it blasted towards the pavilion. The astonishing palm pressure caused the pavilion to directly collapse, instantly shattering into pieces as if it had been swept away by a storm. Although he was angry, Lin Zhengchun didn't use his full strength because he didn't dare. His purpose was only to teach Chunzong a lesson, suppress him, and make him behave. He didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, if the sect's masters were to investigate this matter, no one would have a good ending. A half-step transcendent was indeed very strong, but compared to a true transcendent, the difference was like heaven and earth. A white light flashed in front of Chunzong's eyes, and he vaguely heard the sharp cry of a swan. A sword light pierced through the air and split the palm strike apart. Lin Zhengchun was shocked. He had only used 30% of his strength in this palm strike, but 30% of his spiritual energy was still terrifying. It was enough to suppress or even kill an ordinary 9th layer Foundation Realm cultivator. Chunzong was an important disciple of the Blue Cloud sect and was definitely a genius. His strength was naturally not something an ordinary ninth-layer Foundation Realm cultivator could compare to, but he expected that 30% of his spiritual energy would be enough to suppress him. He never imagined that a palm strike with 30% of his strength would be split apart by a single sword strike. "Who are you?" Lin Jingchuan's heart became more and more dignified. That trace of doubt appeared again. "Could it be that you're one of the 3 true disciples?" Shenzong couldn't help but be speechless. Even if 3 true disciples were involved. "No, I've seen 3 true disciples. It's definitely not you." Lin Zhengchun shook his head. Immediately, an ominous glint flashed across his eyes as he stimulated 50% of his spiritual energy and sent out another palm strike. In addition to using 50% of his spiritual energy, this palm strike also contained a mortal-level high-grade martial skill. The palm strike contained a terrifying force that made the power even more condensed. Shenzong frowned slightly. The power of this strike was really strong. According to the standards of the Blue Waves world, if one didn't count the true meaning, it was equivalent to an early first-layer mortal realm attack. It was indeed terrifying. The mortal-level top-grade illusory fog sky cloud's true chi was indeed astonishing, but it still couldn't compare to the opponent's spiritual energy. The level of the martial skill and realm only affected one's true chi. It didn't affect the strength of a half-step transcendence spiritual energy. At most, it would affect the efficiency of transforming it into spiritual energy. If one wanted to increase the power of their spiritual energy, they could only cultivate spiritual-level martial skills. Chunzong knew that even if he stimulated the power of his true chi to the extreme and used the wind-beheading sword will, it would still be difficult for him to match this palm strike. This was the absolute difference in power. However, there was a flaw in the opponent's palm strike. Following the flaw, Chunzong used all his strength and used the wind-beheading sword will to attack. A flaw would cause the power to be infinitely weakened. Under this sword strike, even the flowing wind could be easily cut open. That kind of sharpness was unparalleled. Lin Jingchun was shocked to the extreme. Even a palm strike with 50% of his true strength was cut open. He couldn't believe it. "You've given me 2 moves, and I'll give you 1 back." Chunzong's voice was heard. Soon after, Bai Hongjian raised his sword in front of him. His calm eyes suddenly emitted an extremely shocking sharpness, causing Lin Jingchuan's eyelids to tremble. His heart could not help but skip a beat as if a great horror was coming. Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized all of his spiritual energy. His palms were filled with spiritual energy as he waved them repeatedly to set up layers of defense in front of him. The layers stacked up and turned into a solid shield that was incomparably sturdy. It was a transcendent stage, high mortal-level martial skill, shield palm. It was a pure defensive martial skill. Lin Zhengchun believed that even if his opponent used any trump cards, he could still defend against it. At the same time, Chunzong swung his sword in an ordinary manner. There seemed to be a stream of light flowing through the body of the sword that was like autumn water, making the sword even colder. The moment the sword was swung, it had crossed dozens of meters and went straight for Lin Zhengchun. Lin Jingchuan's eyes widened. He vaguely saw a faint stream of light that was almost transparent flash, and his heart palpitated for no reason. With a cracking sound, the shield palm that he performed with all his might was cut open. After the terrifying force cut open the shield palm, it also cut open his protective spiritual energy and mortal-level high inner armor. It was like a hot knife through butter, and nothing could stop it. Lin Zhengchun was sent flying. There was a sword mark on his chest that was dripping with blood. That's... Lin Zhengchun stopped in his tracks. His body was trembling, and his face was pale. He stammered transcendent. A foundation building stage cultivator had mastered a transcendent secret power that even he did not have. Terrifying, horrifying, unimaginable. It was only at this moment that Lin Zhengchun realized what kind of monster he had provoked. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had already mastered a transcendent secret power. He was sure that it was a real transcendent secret power, not a half-step transcendent secret power. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to cut open his protective spiritual energy. He was no match for him. He was no match for him once he used a transcendent secret power. He could not even feel that kind of power, let alone defend against it. Chapter 983. Lin Gu and Lin Zheng were waiting not far from Blue Cloud Courtyard, waiting for Lin Jingquan's good news. About a moment later, Lin Jingquan's figure appeared in front of them. The two of them were overjoyed at first and quickly rushed forward to greet him, but then their footsteps faltered as a look of horror appeared on their faces. They saw that Lin Jingquan's robe had been torn and a sword mark had been left on his chest. Although the blood had stopped flowing, they were certain it was a wound. Lin Jingquan was a half-step transcendent realm master, yet he had actually been injured. Had he been injured by Chunzong? Or had the Blue Cloud sect actually sent a master to secretly protect Chunzong? Great uncle, big brother, shocked, Lin Gu and Lin Zheng, he called out in unison. Remember, from now on, you must wholeheartedly assist the pavilion master. No disloyalty. Otherwise, the pavilion master won't even need to lift a finger. I'll personally send you on your way. Lin Zhengchun interrupted the two of them, his tone extremely stern. Lin Gu and Lin Zheng were completely stunned. They didn't know what had happened and why it was completely different from what they had planned. Remember, the pavilion master's power is not something you can imagine. Don't have any other thoughts, otherwise only death awaits you. Lin Zhengchun took a deep breath and spoke again, his tone solemn. Wholeheartedly assist the pavilion master and develop our Blue Cloud Pavilion is the right path. Lin Gu and Lin Zheng listened to Lin Jingquan's words and were completely dumbfounded. He felt that Lin Zhengchun had been brainwashed after entering the Blue Cloud Courtyard. Whether you understand now or not, you must remember my words. Do you hear me? Lin Zhengchun didn't explain in detail and instead emphasized in an extremely domineering tone, his tyrannical aura filling the air and falling on Lin Gu and Lin Zheng, causing them to almost collapse. Lin Zhengchun was Lin Zheng Yi's eldest brother and Lin Gu's uncle. His words were majestic, and the two of them didn't dare disobey. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lin Jingquan's tone also softened. Remember, don't have any disloyalty. You must also believe that I won't harm you. In the future, there will be benefits. You're quite sensible. Chunzong withdrew his spiritual awareness. The conversation between Lin Zhengchun, Lin Zhengyi, and Lin Gu was all under Chunzong's control. Lin Zhengchun was indeed very powerful. His half-step transcendent strength was very strong. It could be said that he was comparable to the pseudo-transcendents ranked in the top 3 of Blue Wave's world. One had to know that the pseudo-transcendents ranked in the top 3 would not only temper their pseudo-spirit chi to an incomparably pure level, they would also be able to grasp many minor true meanings. Although Chunzong was not weak, there was still a huge gap between his cultivation base and that of a half-step transcendent. If he attacked with his full strength, even if he could see the flaws in his opponent's martial arts, it would be difficult for him to fight against his opponent. This was because his opponent's strength and speed were far superior to his. Fortunately, the 3 months of secluded cultivation in the sect had allowed him to comprehend the surface of the Heart Sword Sutra. He had then integrated it into his change of will, causing some new changes to his change of will. No, it should not be that the change of will had changed, but rather that Chunzong realized that his previous understanding of the change of will was still insufficient. Now, with the mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra and the cultivation of the change of will, he had thoroughly grasped the first 3 changes and was now able to derive the 4th. The first 3 changes of the change of will were the cultivation of essence, spirit, and soul. Finally, they combined to form a new kind of power. Chunzong named this power Nihility Sword Force. Because it cannot be seen, it was named Nihility. The 4th change of the change of will, which was derived from the mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra, allowed the Nihility Sword Force to undergo a transformation. a new kind of transformation, stepping into a whole new level. After several rounds of research, Chunzong was certain that this kind of power was equivalent to the so-called transcendent secret forces of this world. The power of the heart sword. Chunzong gave a name to the power condensed from the fourth change of the change of will. Combined with his past knowledge and what he had seen and heard after coming to this world, Chunzong was sure that the power of the heart sword was very strong. It was much stronger than the power of the white thunder that Yang Chaofan had displayed. Because of this, Chunzong was sure that the power of the heart sword was not inferior to the so-called transcendent secret forces. Perhaps the power of the heart sword was also a kind of transcendent secret forces. After all, there were many kinds of transcendent secret forces. Although it was a sublimation of the essence, spirit, and soul, the use of the power of the heart sword required the activation of the power of the heart sword, which was the same as the transcendent secret forces that Chunzong had learned. The stronger the soul sense, the more times the transcendent secret forces could be used. With Chunzong's current soul sense, it was not a problem for him to continuously use the power of the heart sword several times. Therefore, when facing Lin Zhengchun, Chunzong directly defeated him by activating the power of the heart sword once. If he wanted to, he could even kill him on the spot. In the end, Chunzong showed mercy because Chunzong had his own ideas. A half-step transcendent was undoubtedly a powerful master in Purple Cloud City. After all, the situation here was very chaotic, but there were no real transcendents involved because the Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect did not allow it. But as long as a transcendent intervened, the situation would evolve and escalate. The reason why he did not kill the other party was naturally to suppress him first, let him realize his strength, and then subdue him. Chunzong did not have any means to enslave him now, so he promised him some benefits, such as giving him hope that he could truly enter the Blue Cloud sect in the future. The people in Clear Cloud Pavilion could be regarded as disciples of the Blue Cloud sect to a certain extent, but not all of them were. After all, many of them would never be able to enter the Blue Cloud sect in their lifetime. Lin Zhengchun had been there before, but only once. He was very eager to be a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Chunzong gave him such an opportunity. If he could complete the task here and become the fifth true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Chunzong would certainly have such qualifications. Young, powerful, and a Foundation Realm master who had grasped transcendent force. Combined, the impact on Lin Zhengchun was unparalleled. Such a person would definitely be valued by the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect. Even if he was not a true disciple yet, he would definitely be listed as one. Since the other party promised to give him hope of entering the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Zhengchun believed him. The powerful suppression coupled with the promise of entering the Blue Cloud sect, under the superposition, made Lin Zhengchun abandon the idea of opposing him and support Chunzong Lai. Through Lin Zhengchun, Chunzong also learned that the Purple Radiant sect also had a half-step transcendent master. In addition, the other three great forces also had half-step transcendent masters. As for the fourth great force, the Alliance did not seem to have any. In the main hall of Clear Cloud Pavilion, Chunzong sat in the Pavilion Master's seat. Lin Zhengchun greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Jingyi greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Gu greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Mingyi greets the Pavilion Master. One by one, the experts of Clear Cloud Pavilion bowed respectfully to Chunzong. There were a total of 13 of them. The highest cultivation was Lin Zhengchun, half-step transcendent, and the lowest was mid-8th layer Foundation Realm. Among them, most of them had the surname Lin. 8 of them could be considered to be related to Lin Zhengchun. In other words, before Chunzong arrived, Clear Cloud Pavilion was already controlled by Lin Zhengchun and his group. But now, with Lin Zhengchun as an example, since the Lin clan had submitted, the others naturally followed suit. Sit down. Chunzong opened his mouth and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Everyone, let's talk. Is there any way for our Clear Cloud Pavilion to obtain 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron's distribution rights? 50% is the lowest limit, the higher the better. 50%. Instantly, everyone was stunned. In the current Purple Cloud City, the distribution rights of the Purple Cloud Iron Mind every year had already been decided. Clear Cloud Pavilion and Brilliant Purple House would each get 30%. The alliance of the three major forces would get 20%, and the alliance of the 21-star forces would get 20%. Pavilion Master, the distribution rights have already been decided after many battles. It will be very difficult to change it. Lin Jingyi smiled bitterly. Of course, they also wanted to get more of the distribution rights. When the time came, their personal benefits would naturally increase. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. I only asked for the method, Chun Zong said again, like a dictator. Lin Jingyi and the others had already realized that although the new pavilion master looked young, his mind was not something a brat could compare to. It was as if the youth's body hid a mature soul that had experienced many things. Suddenly, they all looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Purple Cloud City belongs to my Blue Cloud sect, Chun Zong said calmly. The Purple Cloud Iron is a specialty of Purple Cloud City. Naturally, it should belong to my Blue Cloud sect. Pavilion Master, although that is the case, the sect has not invested much in Purple Cloud City. Moreover, the Brilliant Purple House of the Brilliant Purple House is also here. Lin Jingchun could not help but say, "That is why I am here." Chun Zong's reply made Lin Jingchun speechless. However, when he thought about the strength that Chun Zong had displayed, he did have the right to be arrogant. I will only say it once. Chun Zong's face turned serious, and his tone became colder. First, the alliance of the three major forces and the 21-star forces must be subdued, or they must leave Purple Cloud City. Lin Jingchun and the others could not help but tremble. Second, the Brilliant Purple House must be removed from Purple Cloud City. When the second point was mentioned, Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others were even more shocked. They did not know Chun Zong's abilities, so they could only feel their hearts trembling. What kind of arrogance was this? The Brilliant Purple House was the power of the Brilliant Sect. Although it was the same as the Clear Cloud Pavilion, it did not receive much support from the sect. However, its strength was not any weaker than the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, the alliance of the three major 2-star forces and the 21-star forces were also not weak. Wanting to subdue or expel them was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Invite the people who can make decisions from the three major 2-star forces and the 21-star forces to come here tomorrow. Chun Zong directly gave the order. Chun Zong did not want to waste time in coming to this world by chance and coming into contact with a more profound path of cultivation. There was no need for that. Therefore, it was better to complete this task as soon as possible so that he could cultivate better. One should know that he could return to the Blue Ways world again. In that world, there were still some things that had not been completed, and there were still some people that had not been killed. Yes. Chapter 984. After watching a few episodes of In the Name of the People, it was indeed interesting. Once I fell in the trap, I felt that it could be given another name, in the name of relationships. The relationships between the characters are really complicated. The leaders of the three 2-star forces alliance were none other than the patriarchs of the three forces. All of them received the invitation. Brotherly, what is this Clear Cloud Pavilion trying to do? The Wong family patriarch frowned as he shook the invitation in his hand. I heard that a new pavilion master came to Clear Cloud Pavilion. Maybe they want to show off. The Li family patriarch laughed. Just a teenage brat. The Feng family patriarch sneered. Then, are we going or not? The Wong family patriarch asked again, placing the invitation on the table. The three 2-star forces formed an alliance. Naturally, they would advance and retreat together. Of course we're going, why not? This is a good opportunity to see what this brat is capable of. The Feng family patriarch sneered. Since that's the case, let's go together. The 21-star forces also received the Clear Cloud Pavilion's invitation. However, the more forces there were, the more complicated the internal situation would be. It wasn't as simple as the three 2-star forces. Thus, each of the 21-star forces had their own choices. Some felt that there was no need to go, while others wanted to take a look. Chunzong's arrival at the Clear Cloud Pavilion and his subsequent appointment as the pavilion master was not a secret. The invitation was also not a secret. Thus, the brilliant purple house's people gradually learned about it. The new pavilion master sent by the Blue Cloud sect is really interesting. The brilliant purple house's substitute pavilion master sneered. What I'm more curious about is why Lin Gu, Lin Jingyi, and the others are willing. The brilliant purple house's grand elder also sneered. I'm afraid they might not be willing. The second elder also sneered. I think they're planning to kill with a borrowed knife. Speaking of which, the Clear Cloud Pavilion didn't send an invitation. The third elder rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then we'll go ourselves. The fourth elder also smiled and said, let's go and see what's going on in Clear Cloud Pavilion. If they want to borrow a knife to kill someone, it's up to us whether we want to borrow the knife or not. If they don't want to, then it's a good opportunity to scout the way for young master. That's true. The young master is about to arrive and take control of the brilliant purple tower. When the time comes, the alliance of the 21-star forces, the alliance of the 3 2-star forces, and the Clear Cloud Pavilion will either submit or perish. The second elder smiled ferociously. His words revealed his absolute confidence in the so-called young master. What was different from the Clear Cloud Pavilion was that the brilliant purple pavilion, from the pavilion master to the 4 elders, all came from the same force. To be exact, they came from one of the factions in the brilliant purple sect. Therefore, they were more united. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to establish themselves in the Purple Cloud City and obtain 30% of the Purple Cloud Iron's distribution rights. Today, the Purple Brilliant sect had sent an order. Someone had come to take over the Purple Brilliant Pavilion. Their purpose was to sweep away all the other forces in the Purple Cloud City and make the Purple Cloud City the only city that belonged to the Purple Brilliant sect. If they did it, then the Blue Cloud sect wouldn't be able to do anything even if they were unwilling, unless they wanted to start a war with the Purple Brilliant sect. Would the Blue Cloud sect be willing to start a war with the Purple Cloud sect over a mere Purple Cloud City? The answer was obvious. No. Just like how the Purple Brilliant sect wouldn't start a war with the Blue Cloud sect over a mere Purple Cloud City. Therefore, they would see who could take over the Purple Cloud City with their own abilities. The next day, in the main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The main hall was very big and spacious. It could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time without feeling crowded. The praying mats were arranged one by one, separated from each other, waiting for people to sit down. Chunzong sat at the head of the table. It was the seat of the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master. The Clear Cloud Protector, Lin Zhengchun, sat to the left of Chunzong. The head elder, Lin Jingyi, sat to the right. The second elder, Lin Gu, sat below Lin Jingyi. The third elder was called Linen, and the fourth elder was called Lin Quan. Both of them were at the early 9th level of the Foundation Realm. They were promoted by Chunzong and replaced Wang Yuan and Wang Han. Because they were promoted to elders by Chunzong, Linen and Lin Quan were somewhat grateful to Chunzong. The Wang family's patriarch and second elder have arrived. Outside the main hall, someone was in charge of receiving them and shouting loudly. The Leaf family's patriarch and third elder have arrived. The Feng family's patriarch and second elder have arrived. Immediately, 6 people stepped into the main hall one after another. 12 eyes flickered with rays of light as they quickly swept past. When they saw Lin Zhengchun, these 6 people were all shocked. Obviously, they recognized who Lin Zhengchun was. It was precisely because they recognized him that they were extremely surprised in their hearts. Then, they suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at the head of the table. It was a green-robed youth who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. In an instant, the 6 of them knew that the green-robed youth was the new pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Greetings, pavilion master. The 6 of them cupped their hands. The Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple House, and the 3 families were all 2-star forces. In terms of status, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master was the same as the 3 families' patriarchs. Everyone, please take a seat. Chunzong said unhurriedly, his attitude calm. The Red Flower Gang's leader has arrived. The Little Knife Gang's leader has arrived. More shouts came from outside the main hall. There were 21 star forces, some of them were families, and some were gangs. In the end, only 12 of the 21 star forces came. The other 8 hadn't arrived yet. Everyone, please take a seat. Chunzong said again. Clear Cloud Pavilion Master, why did you ask us to come here? The Big Bear Gang's leader grabbed a fruit and threw it into his big mouth to chew. The juice splattered everywhere as he asked loudly, without any trace of politeness. The Big Bear Gang's leader was an expert in the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. He had been in charge of the gang for a long time, so he had the aura of a superior, or rather, a kind of arrogant self-confidence. This kind of self-confidence would be restrained in front of people who were stronger or had a higher status than him. However, when he faced someone he didn't think much of, it would become even stronger. For example, right now, the Big Bear Gang's leader thought that Chunzong was nothing. At best, he was just a puppet pavilion master. Since that was the case, why should he give him any face? He believed that the people of the Clear Cloud Pavilion wouldn't do anything. After all, a puppet pavilion master was just a puppet. There was no need to consider his feelings. Lin Zhengshun and the others didn't react, which seemed to confirm the Big Bear Gang's leader's guess. It also confirmed the thoughts of the other leaders. Chunzong only glanced at the Big Bear Gang's leader. His eyes were calm, and his expression was also very calm. This pavilion master has called you all here for only one thing. Chunzong's gaze swept over them as he spoke. His voice was neither high nor low and was very calm. However, everyone subconsciously pricked up their ears. It was as if Chunzong's voice contained an indescribable magic that attracted them. I want to reorganize Purple Cloud City. What did you say, reorganize? I heard you say reorganize, huh? The Big Bear Gang's leader's laughter was the loudest and most ear-piercing. He grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat and pointed at Chunzong with a face full of ridicule. You actually said you want to reorganize Purple Cloud City. You're just a teenager, and your hair hasn't even grown out yet. Silence. Lin Zhengshun suddenly spoke. A terrifying aura surged out and suppressed all other sounds. The Big Bear Gang's leader seemed to be choked and couldn't make any sound. His face was pale, and it took him a while to recover. You all have 2 choices. Chunzong spoke again. His tone and expression were still calm, without the slightest trace of anger. First, completely submit to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Second, leave Purple Cloud City. Remember, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you. As for the 8 forces that didn't come, Chunzong didn't finish his words because there was no need to. Chunzong's words immediately shocked the 3 2-star clans and the 12 1-star forces. How arrogant was he to say such ignorant words? Didn't he see that the corners of Lin Zhengyi and the others' eyes were slightly twitching? Only Lin Zhengchuan's expression didn't change at all. Very arrogant, very arrogant. Clear Cloud Pavilion Master, some words should be kept in your heart. If you say it out loud, it will only become a joke. The Feng family leader spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. I walked outside and heard the laughter here. Could it be that something happened? Let me hear it and have some fun. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the main hall. It seemed to be laughing. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were immediately stunned. A person walked in from outside the main hall. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing a purple robe with a picture of a pavilion on it. This person had his hands behind his back and looked quite imposing. There was a faint smile on his face. It wasn't a big deal that someone came to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The problem was, who was it? The 4th elder of the brilliant Purple House actually came here. Who didn't know that the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the brilliant Purple House didn't get along? Otherwise, when the 2 forces joined forces, they would have already divided the Purple Cloud City. It was precisely because of this that the 2 forces formed an alliance and had room to grow. Today, they already had the strength that the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the brilliant Purple House couldn't underestimate. Just now, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master said that he wanted to reorganize the Purple Cloud City and asked us to submit. The Little Swords Gang's leader rolled his eyes and said with a smile, His smile looked very strange, as if his face was smiling. Hearing this, the fourth elder of the brilliant purple house's eyes twitched and returned to normal. However, his heart was very shocked. It turned out that the Clear Cloud Pavilion wanted to make such a big move, reorganizing the Purple Cloud City and making all the forces submit. If they really did it, then the situation in the Purple Cloud City would change, and the brilliant Purple House would be in big trouble. Thinking quickly, the fourth elder of the brilliant Purple House also calmed down quickly. He felt that the Clear Cloud Pavilion's idea was very good, but the reality was very cruel. The Clear Cloud Pavilion couldn't do it. Maybe, when a young master arrived, he would be able to reorganize the Purple Cloud City and take it in his hands. Haha, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master is indeed a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Such ambition, great ambition. The fourth elder of the brilliant Purple House suddenly laughed, as if he was praising Chunzong. However, everyone could hear the ridicule in his words. In that case, this elder wishes you success. Goodbye. After saying that, the fourth elder of the brilliant Purple House turned and left without hesitation. Chunzong also didn't have any intention to stop him. Chapter 985. Little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Go back and drink milk as soon as possible. Reorganizing the Purple Cloud City, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the end, he's still too young. He thinks he's in the sect and can take it for granted just because he has some talent. The leaders of the various forces stood up and left one after another. As they walked out, they discussed among themselves. Although they lowered their voices, Chunzong and the others could still hear them clearly. Lin Zhengchun was angry, but Chunzong gently shook his head. There was no need to be angry. There was no need to be angry. Since his debut, Chunzong had heard a lot of ridicule and mockery. If he were to be angry because of it, his temperament would be too bad. Mouths were grown on other people's bodies. They could say whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't touch the bottom line. A sword was held in one's hand. When it should be unsheathed, it should be unsheathed. When it should be killed, it should be killed. Pavilion Lord, I'm afraid that by this time tomorrow, these forces won't give us an answer. Lin Zhengchun sighed. Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others looked at each other. Until now, they still didn't know why Lin Zhengchun had such a change. It seemed that he really wanted to wholeheartedly support the new Pavilion Master. Chunzong didn't answer. He got up and returned to the Azure Cloud Court to continue comprehending the Heartsword Sutra and increasing his chi. His chi had reached the peak of the early 9th layer of the Foundation Realm and was only a step away from the mid-stage. The fourth elder of the brilliant Purple House had just returned to the brilliant Purple House. When he had just stepped into the main hall, he paused all of a sudden, looking at a man with a surprised countenance. He reacted quickly, walking over, kneeling down on one knee, and shouting, "Yuqing Lu greets you, young master. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't welcome you." A young man was sitting at the head of the hall. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a purple robe and had an extraordinary appearance. His eyebrows were long and narrow like blades. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and there was a hint of brilliance in them that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. This person was a disciple of the brilliant Purple House and the new Pavilion Lord, Yu Jingtian. Fourth Elder, there's no need to be so polite. Tell me about your visit to the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Yu Jingtian smiled and gave people a feeling of politeness. The fourth elder immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard since entering the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Ha, how arrogant! The members of the brilliant Purple House burst into laughter one after another. Yu Jingtian was also full of smiles. Interesting. Did you find out the name of the new Pavilion Master of Clear Cloud Pavilion? Yu Jingtian asked with a smile. Yes, his name is Chunzong. Third elder answered immediately. Chunzong. Yu Jingtian repeated, then shook his head and smiled. I've never heard of this name. He should be an inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who isn't very famous. The Blue Cloud sect and the Purple Brilliant sect were both 4-star forces. Their combined strength was about the same. Therefore, many people in the Purple Brilliant sect knew the names of the outstanding disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, such as the top 10 inner disciples and true disciples. Similarly, many people in the Blue Cloud sect knew the outstanding disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. However, Yu Jingtian had never heard of the name Chunzhou. At least, among the top 10 inner disciples and true disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, none of them were named Chunzhou. One was neither a true disciple nor a top 10 inner sect disciple. There was no need to pay attention to him. He's just a puppet pavilion master, nothing to worry about. The acting pavilion master smiled and looked at Yu Jingtian respectfully. Young master, how should we cooperate with you? This new clear cloud pavilion master wants to reorganize the Purple Cloud City, but he doesn't have the ability to do so. Yu Jingtian suddenly laughed, as if he had thought of something fun. How about this? Go and send out an invitation. Call for all the lords of the major forces aside from the clear cloud pavilion. I want to discuss with them how to reorganize the Purple Cloud City. Everyone in the brilliant Purple House was shocked. They never thought that their young master would have such an idea. Young master, I don't think this method will work, the first elder quickly said. Although their young master had arrived and was in charge of the brilliant Purple House, they had to cooperate, but not blindly. Everything had to be done in the interest of the brilliant Purple House. There's no lack of experts in the 3 Great Forces Alliance and the 20 Great Forces Alliance. It won't be easy to subdue them. If we could do it, we would have done it already, the acting tower master quickly explained. You don't dare to do it because you are worried that it will involve too many people. However, Yu Jingtian still had a smile on his face. He was at ease, as if everything was under his control. I've already thought about it on the way here. Moreover, this Purple Cloud City is just a small city. It's nothing. I don't have so much time to waste here. Send out a notice and invite them to come here tomorrow morning. Chongshan, you go and send out notice. Visit them one by one. If anyone is not convinced, then let them be. Yu Jingtian's eyes flashed with sharpness as he spoke. Yes, young master. A thunderous voice sounded, and a tall and strong figure walked out from the shadow behind Yu Jingtian. It was like an iron tower, incomparably majestic. As the tall and strong figure walked out, the ground of the hall rumbled and shook continuously. It felt as if it was not a person walking out, but a demon statue. The air flowed and turned into the wind, making a whistling sound, which was even more shocking. It was a dark-skinned man with an ordinary appearance. He wore a short gown, and his muscles bulged as if they were made of steel. It was as if they were about to explode. At a glance, one could feel that there was an incomparably terrifying power contained within. An incomparably fierce aura surrounded the tower-like man, which shocked the acting pavilion master and several elders. They felt that even if they attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to shake this man. It was a terrifying feeling. Since Yu Jingtian had given the order, the others just had to follow it. They left the brilliant Purple House with Chongshan and sent the invitations one by one. The Clear Cloud Pavilion has just sent an invitation, and now the brilliant Purple House wants to send another. What is the meaning of this? Do you think the White Wolf Gang is easy to bully? The White Wolf Gang leader was enraged, and he threw the invitation to the brilliant Purple House on the ground. Pick it up and wipe it clean. Chongshan took a step forward, and the whole hall shook. His face was expressionless, but his tone was cold and filled with a shocking pressure. Pick it up? Who do you think you are? You want me to pick it up? Who do you think you are? The White Wolf Gang leader's face was full of disdain, and he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on the invitation. Die. Chongshan was enraged, and he threw out a palm attack. You are the one who is seeking death. The White Wolf Gang leader was also enraged. He bent his fingers into a claw and instantly performed his famous martial art, the White Wolf Claw. The claw shadow tore through the air and hit the opponent first. But in the next moment, the White Wolf Gang leader's face changed drastically. He only felt that his White Wolf Claw, which could tear through steel, was blocked. Moreover, he was shocked by a force, and his 5 fingers were in pain, as if the bones in his fingers were cracked. This feeling was like when he was still an ordinary person. When he hit a rock with all his strength, the rock was intact, but his hand was injured. At this moment, the wind whistled like a storm. The White Wolf Gang leader's cheeks caved in, and it was difficult for him to open his eyes. A terrifying force was contained in the giant palm, and it flew through the air, directly hitting the White Wolf Gang leader's chest. There was a loud bang like a giant drum being beaten, followed by an extremely miserable scream. The White Wolf Gang leader's body flew back like a meteor and directly smashed into the wall. The wall was broken, and his entire body was deeply embedded. One could clearly see that the White Wolf Gang leader's chest had caved in. His sternum was broken, and his limbs were limp. Large mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. The deacon of the brilliant purple house trembled. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. The White Wolf Gang leader was an early-stage 9th-layer Foundation realm expert, but he was killed by a single palm. It was too violent. Moreover, the White Wolf Claw had landed on Chongshan's body, but didn't cause any injuries. Choose a new gang leader and come to the brilliant purple house on time tomorrow. Chongshan only said one sentence, then turned around and strode away, sending out invitations one by one, and those who didn't submit would die, immediately caused a panic. Arrogant. The brilliant purple house is too arrogant. The Feng family head was furious. The invitations hadn't been sent yet, but the news had already spread. Before, the Clear Cloud Pavilion had sent out invitations normally, but now the brilliant purple house wasn't just sending them out one by one, they were even threatening them. That person's strength is terrifying. It's suspected that only a half-step transcendent can fight against him. The Wong family head's expression was dignified. They didn't come with good intentions. The Li family head sighed. The brilliant purple house's actions this time were different from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. They were more direct and overbearing. I have already sent someone to invite my Feng family Supreme Elder. The Feng family head said. Each of the 3 2-star families had a Supreme Elder who was a half-step Transcendent Realm Master. However, they were usually cultivating, striving to master the Transcendent Realm and truly step into the Transcendent Realm. Hearing the Feng family head's words, the Wang family head and Li family head suddenly felt relieved. Immediately after, an old man walked in from outside. The 3 patriarchs quickly got up and bowed. It was the Feng family Supreme Elder. The 3 great families were allies, so what should be respected must be respected. The Feng family Supreme Elder just nodded and sat down directly, closing his eyes to meditate. A loud voice rang out from outside, and immediately after, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm, causing the Feng family Supreme Elder to open his eyes and let out a sharp light. It seems that you've all received the news. Without further ado, here are the invitations. Arrive on time tomorrow, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. The brilliant purple house's deacon threw out 3 invitations and said without any trace of politeness. Chongshan's strength had given him great confidence. We'll go, but first, take this old master's palm. The Feng family Supreme Elder leapt up and sent out a palm strike, the palm rapidly expanding until it was as large as a millstone. Chongshan smiled coldly, raised his hand, and also sent out a palm strike. With a loud bang, the entire hall shook. The shocking sound caused the 3 patriarchs and the brilliant purple house's deacon to lose their hearing as cracks appeared under the 2 men's palms. Chapter 986. Pavilion Master. Something big has happened. Lin Zhengchun arrived at the Azure Cloud Court. Speak. Chun Zong said calmly, as if he wouldn't be surprised even if the sky collapsed. A new Pavilion Master came to the brilliant Purple House today. He imitated the previous Pavilion Master and sent out invitations to all the forces, asking them to gather at the brilliant Purple House tomorrow. Lin Zhengchun said in a deep voice. The The Purple Cloud City wasn't small, but it wasn't that big either. If something big happened, it would be easy to find out, not to mention that it wasn't deliberately hidden. One had to admit that the brilliant Purple House's actions were very high profile. It was as if they were showing off to the Azure Cloud Pavilion, so the Azure Cloud Pavilion would naturally know about it. The Pavilion Master will give them an answer tomorrow morning, but the new Pavilion Master sent out invitations, asking them to gather at the brilliant Purple House tomorrow. Lin Jingxuan's face suddenly turned cold. This was no doubt a choice. Coming to the Azure Cloud Pavilion tomorrow morning to give an answer or gathering at the brilliant Purple House would represent one's attitude. Ignoring both sides would also represent one's attitude. At night, Chunzong was cultivating the illusory sky cloud art. After mastering the art, Chunzong's body seemed to become ethereal, as if he was about to turn into a cloud, becoming hazy and dreamy. His aura changed and became stronger. He had broken through. Mid-ninth layer, foundation realm. His Zhen Qi became purer and more explosive. His quantity also increased. The next morning, Chunzong came to the main hall of the Azure Cloud Pavilion and sat down. Lin Jingchun and the others also came and sat down, waiting. As the Pavilion Master, Chunzong closed his eyes and comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra. Through the Heart Sword Sutra and his understanding of the first 3 transformations, Chunzong deduced the 4th transformation. Now, he planned to comprehend more of the Heart Sword Sutra and see if he could deduce the 5th transformation. If the 4th transformation allowed him to cultivate the Heart Sword Force, then what about the 5th transformation? Would it strengthen the Heart Sword Force? Or something else? Chunzong didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. With anticipation, there was more motivation. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The time that Chunzong mentioned yesterday had passed, but no one came, let alone an answer. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside and knelt down on one knee. Pavilion Master, the leaders of the 3 great clans and 21 star forces have all entered the brilliant Purple Tower. This person from the Clear Cloud Pavilion said in a hurried tone. Chunzong opened his eyes slowly. They were as clear as spring water. He grabbed by Hong Jian beside him and stood up leisurely. He hung by Hong Jian on his waist. Let's go. Chunzong glanced at Lin Jingchun. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but there was an indescribable decisiveness in it. Lin Jingchun was not surprised. He got up and walked out. Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. You don't have to follow me. Chunzong's voice drifted in from outside. What are you trying to do? Lin Gu was confused. Don't tell me. They plan to go to the brilliant Purple Tower. Lin Jingyi was shocked. Other than this conjecture, there seemed to be nothing else. This, big brother, you're being silly. Lin Jingyi lamented. What kind of place was the brilliant Purple Tower? It was the archenemy of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Although Lin Jingchun was a half-step transcendent, the brilliant Purple Tower also had half-step transcendent experts. Don't worry. With Big Uncle's strength, he'll be fine. Lin Gu was surprisingly smart. Big Uncle's strength is superb. The brilliant Purple Tower can't do anything to him. However, that Chunzong. At this point, Lin Gu's lips curled into a cold smile. After being threatened by Lin Jingchun without any reason, Lin Gu's submission was only on the surface. Lin Jingchun and Chunzong walked out of the Clear Cloud Pavilion and headed towards the brilliant Purple Tower. Lin Jingchun, who already knew of Chunzong's strength, was not worried. Even if they could not do anything to the brilliant Purple Tower, the 2 of them could easily leave. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was located in the east of the Purple Cloud City, while the brilliant Purple Tower was located in the west. Inside the brilliant Purple Tower's main hall, the patriarchs of the 3 great families and the leaders of the 20 great forces had all gathered. They had no choice but to be present because the threat posed by the brilliant Purple Tower was too great. The Clear Cloud Pavilion's invitation was only an invitation, but the brilliant Purple Tower's invitation was not only an invitation, but also a threat. In the past, This method would not have worked because the brilliant purple tower only had one half-step transcendent, while the three great families had three. Of course, the three great families had three half-step transcendents, but they did not dare to act against the clear cloud pavilion and brilliant purple tower for fear of provoking the masters of the two great sections. This was the difference between having a backer and not. However, the one who threatened them this time was not the half-step transcendent from the brilliant purple tower, but rather a burly man who seemed to possess half-step transcendent strength. His actions were extremely ruthless and either life or death. This meant that the brilliant purple tower had two half-step transcendents. It was terrifying. Inside the brilliant purple tower's main hall, there were many people seated. Yu Jingtian sat in the Tower Lord's seat. Behind him to his left was a towering figure, causing those who saw him to feel intimidated. In fact, the three great family patriarchs and the 20 great forces leaders were all very wary because they had all personally witnessed the terrifying strength of this towering man. Behind Yu Jingtian to his right sat a purple-robed old man with disheveled long hair. Everyone recognized him. He was the half-step transcendent master of the brilliant purple tower. In addition, the deputy tower lord and 4 elders of the brilliant purple tower, as well as a number of 9th-layer foundation realm masters, were all present. It could be said that this time, in order to reorganize Purple Cloud City and subdue the various great forces, the brilliant purple tower had gone all out. Next to each of the 3 great family patriarchs sat an old man, each of them exuding an extraordinary aura that filled the air, causing those who saw them to feel oppressed. Grand Elders. The 3 Grand Elders of the 3 great family patriarchs were all half-step transcendents. However, when their gazes fell on the towering man behind Yu Jingtian, a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. Especially the Foam Clan's Grand Elder, his fear was the most obvious. After a simple exchange yesterday, the Foam Clan's Grand Elder knew that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Not only could he not do anything to the other party, he wasn't even a match for the other party. Therefore, they had no choice but to come. Each of them felt bitter in their hearts. They all knew that if the Blue Cloud sect or the Brilliant Purple sect really wanted to interfere, then their so-called alliance of the 3 great family patriarchs and the 20 great forces alliance would be nothing. Fortunately, the 2 great sects didn't place much importance on this place, or perhaps the 2 great sects had reached some kind of agreement that allowed them to survive in the cracks and grow stronger. The Clear Cloud Pavilion's previous actions were nothing in their eyes, but the brilliant Purple Tower's actions were even more direct and intense, causing them to feel fear. Could it be that the brilliant Purple sect really wanted to interfere with Purple Cloud City? If that was the case, then they wouldn't be able to resist at all. I've always been direct with my words and actions. Yu Jingtian sat still, but his face was filled with a playful smile. His eyes contained a mysterious light that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces. I'm sure you all know my purpose for summoning you here today. My time is precious, and I don't have the patience to play with you all. Therefore, I'll give you half an hour to make your choice. Submit or perish. When the last words left his mouth, Yu Jingtian's tone became incomparably sharp and contained a shocking amount of killing intent. His tyrannical aura also spread out. 9th level of the Foundation Building Realm. At the age of 17 or 18, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Foundation Building Realm. Without a doubt, it was very shocking. He was definitely a genius with a boundless future. Could they offend such a person? Was half an hour very long? No, it was actually very short. However, at this moment, it gave them a kind of torment. Because the atmosphere here was very cold and solemn. It was very oppressive. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. Submit or perish. Choosing one of the two, there was no luck to speak of. Tower Lord Yu, the Clear Cloud Pavilion will not agree. A leader of a 1-star force gathered his courage and spoke up. That has nothing to do with you. Yu Jingtian coldly smiled. In fact, if he didn't bring Chongshan here, it would be very difficult for Yu Jingtian to reorganize Purple Cloud City by himself. He didn't know how much time he would have to spend here, and whether he could succeed in the end was also unknown. My big bear gang is willing to submit. After a quarter of an hour, someone was the first to stand up and speak. It was the leader of the big bear gang. He wasn't killed because Chongshan had killed as many as 6 other leaders. Since someone made the first move, there would be a second to follow. The leader of the Little Saber Gang also expressed his submission. However, the leader of the Little Saber Gang was no longer the original leader. The original leader had been killed by Chongshan with a single palm strike. His body was torn apart and was in a very miserable state. The deputy leader became the leader and took charge of the Little Saber Gang. My White Wolf Gang is willing to submit. The current leader of the White Wolf Gang also stood up and shouted. One after another, the leaders of one-star forces stood up and expressed their submission. Although it wasn't clear whether they really wanted to submit in their hearts, it was what they were showing at this moment. Thus, the alliance of 21-star forces was broken. An alliance of 21-star forces sounded very shocking, but in fact, they were the weakest among the 4 forces in Purple Cloud City because they lacked half-step transcendence. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about involving too many people and causing Purple Cloud City to fall into chaos, they would have been eliminated long ago. Now, they were being eliminated bit by bit, or rather subdued. As the leaders of the forces expressed their submission one after another, the smile on Yu Jingtian's face became more and more obvious. He felt that perhaps he wouldn't need to spend too much time to reorganize Purple Cloud City. At that time, Purple Cloud City would belong to Purple Brilliant Sect, and his bet with others would end with him winning. That's right, coming here was just a bet. After half an hour, the leaders of the 21-star forces expressed their submission one after another. Yu Jingtian's gaze fell on the leaders of the 3 major families, instantly bringing them great pressure. Now, it was time for the 3 leaders to make a choice. Submit or perish. The 3 grand elders didn't speak. It was up to the 3 leaders to make a choice. If they also submitted to Purple Brilliant Sect, it would mean that Purple Brilliant Sect occupied the majority of Purple Cloud City. The situation would be very unfavorable for Clear Cloud Pavilion. Speak. Yu Jingtian spoke. His tone was calm, but it contained an invisible power. Chapter 987. Chunzong. Lin Zhengchun. As if drawn by an invisible force, Chunzong's eyes instantly met Yu Jingtian's. Clear Cloud Pavilion, you came here because you want to submit to our brilliant purple house, right? The 4th elder of the brilliant purple house jumped out and mocked. Is this your answer to me? Chunzong ignored him. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 21-star forces and the 3 family heads. His tone was neither high nor low, but it was so calm that it made people's hearts palpitate. Like an ocean, like an abyss. You're just a kid. When did I say I would answer you? The leader of the big bear gang jumped out, his saliva flying everywhere. His eyes were like copper bells, and he unceremoniously sprayed Chunzong. Kill him. As soon as Chunzong's words sounded, Lin Zhengchun instantly attacked. His palm directly bombarded the leader's broad chest. Like a rumbling drum, the leader of the Big Bear Gang flew back more than 10 meters like a meteorite. His strong body heavily hit the ground, and blood constantly spurted out of his mouth mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His vitality was quickly fading. At first glance, it was obvious that the leader of the Big Bear Gang would not survive. Killing without a word shocked the others. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Yu Jingtian's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. You dare to kill my people in front of me. Yu Jingtian's voice was like the cold wind of the extreme north, with rolling ice chips coming out of his mouth. Murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. He suddenly roared, Chongshan. There was no need to say anything else. The tower-like man on the left suddenly took a step forward. His body was like a giant elephant charging forward. In the blink of an eye, his huge and strong body brought with it an astonishing pressure, fiercely bombarding Chunzong and Lin Zhengchun. Chunzong's expression did not change. Lin Jingquan's expression was cold. He took a step forward and raised his palms. 100% of his spiritual energy instantly gathered in his palms, emitting layers of light. Lin Jingquan had already investigated the matter, and he was aware of Chongshan's existence and strength. Therefore, he went all out when he attacked. Chongshan roared as a powerful force instantly surged into his right arm, after which it directly passed through his thick palm. That palm was like a millstone as it ferociously smashed towards Lin Jingquan with a terrifying force. Shocking air pressure surged like invisible waves, rushing in all directions. Soon after, Chongshan's terrifying palm and Lin Jingquan's palms collided head-on. A violent explosion was heard, and the sound waves were vast and mighty. The sound was so sharp and magnificent that it seemed to have pierced through everyone's eardrums and twisted their brains into a state of chaos. Boom! Boom! A terrifying force spread out and the ground shattered. Everything was destroyed by the shock waves. The leaders of the forces all retreated, and those who couldn't retreat in time felt their blood boil and their true energy become chaotic. Chongshan's tower-like body only swayed slightly, but he did not retreat at all. Lin Jingquan, on the other hand, was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back. Every step he took shattered the hard floor and left a deep hole in it. His blood boiled and his spiritual energy became chaotic, making it difficult for him to gather his spiritual energy. Lin Jingquan's face was pale as he felt pain in his arms and a tightness in his chest. Strong. Chongshan's strength was really strong, completely beyond his expectations. The Feng family's great elder's face was filled with ridicule. Lin Jingquan was not weak, but he was only a bit stronger than him. How could he be Chongshan's match? Chongshan paused for a moment, then attacked again. Once again, he struck with his palm. Spiritual energy surged, and his palm broke through the air like a thunderbolt. Countless air currents surged under his palm. A violent roar echoed. Lin Jingquan's expression was serious as he forced all his spiritual energy into his palms and pushed them out. After the first palm was defeated, the second palm was also defeated. Lin Jingquan was forced back once more, and Chongshan's third palm arrived. With a bang, Lin Jingquan was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. After releasing 3 palm strikes in a row, Chongshan's burden was not small, so he didn't chase again. You must be the new pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to die. Yu Jingtian's anger dissipated a bit, and a playful smile appeared on his face. However, his eyes were still cold as he stared at Qinzong. Even if Qinzong said surrender, it didn't mean the Clear Cloud Pavilion would really surrender to the brilliant Purple Pavilion. However, it would greatly affect the Clear Cloud Pavilion's momentum and reduce the difficulty of reorganizing the Purple Cloud City. Another reason was that it was fun. That's right, from Yu Jingtian's point of view, it was fun. An inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect saying he would surrender. Wasn't it fun? Since it has come to this, let's settle it today. Qinzong said. His right hand landed on the hilt of his sword, and he slowly pulled it out. The white greatsword's body was like a pool of autumn water, shining with a cold light. He actually pulled out his sword. He really doesn't know his place. While the crowd was surprised, they started discussing. In their opinion, the pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion might be capable, but he was too arrogant and didn't understand the situation at all. Interesting. Yu Jingtian laughed when he saw Qinzong pulling out his sword. He felt that it was even more fun. Chongshan, take him down. Just break his arms and legs, but don't kill him. Okay, Chongshan replied. His voice was like a large bell, and it sounded like thunder. It was very shocking. After some time, Chongshan had already adjusted his breathing. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed with his hand. His 5 fingers were like pillars, and his palm was like a heavenly prison that pressed down on Qinzong. Qinzong felt the air in front of him being repelled and turned into a vacuum. It was difficult to breathe, and it was extremely oppressive. The palm contained a frenzied airflow. Strong. Chongshan's strength was indeed very strong. He was a half-step transcendent master, and he was even stronger than Lin Zhengchun. Through his observation, Chunzong could see that Chongshan's body was very strong. He didn't know if he had refined his body, but his spirit energy was very strong. It should be a spirit-grade secret art. Lin Zhengchun was indeed not weak, but unfortunately, he didn't cultivate a spirit-grade secret art. A spirit-grade secret art was superior to a mortal-grade secret art. It corresponded to the transcendent realm. Most of them were in the sect. Even if they were circulated in the outside world, they would be collected by some forces. It was very difficult for a rogue cultivator to obtain a spirit-grade secret art. Lin Zhengchun didn't have the luck nor the financial resources. In fact, there was no spirit-grade secret art in the entire Purple Cloud City. Chongshan was a half-step transcendent realm master who also cultivated a spirit-grade secret art. So not only was his spirit chi pure, he was also able to exert its full power. This was one of the reasons he was able to defeat Lin Zhengchun. Chunzong knew very well that he couldn't defeat Chongshan with his 9th layer foundation realm cultivation. After all, the gap in absolute strength was too big. At most, he could barely contend with Chongshan by relying on his past experience. But now, Chunzong didn't want to contend with Chongshan. He wanted to defeat or even kill him. Without hesitation, Chunzong urged the Heart Sword Force. The invisible Heart Sword Force instantly filled the white Grand Sword and slashed out. It was a very simple slash, but it was filled with an amazing aura, as if it could cut through everything. It was sword intent. Wind beheading sword intent. Heart Sword Force. This was Chunzong's strongest sword move. Kill. Chongshan felt his heart palpitate for no reason, but it was already too late. The white sword light cut through the palm pressure like a hot knife through butter. Chongshan quickly burst out with all his strength, but he still couldn't block the sword. The sword light tore through his spirit energy and cut through his hand. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was cut off. Chunzong's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. A trace of murderous intent filled the air as he mercilessly slashed out a second time. The sword light flashed, but the sword couldn't be seen. Only a white light flashed across the sky and cut off Chongshan's neck. It was too fast. In just a short breath, the situation had changed dramatically. The tyrannical Chongshan was cut down and killed by a single slash. Yu Jingtian's mind went blank. He seemed to have been scared silly and couldn't move. Chongshan, however, the experts of their Yu family bloodline were all bodyguards who were carefully nurtured since young. Since they were young, they had been soaked in all sorts of potions to refine their bodies, making them extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had overdrafted their cultivation at the cost of their future to step into half-step transcendence. They could be considered experts among half-step transcendents. Yu Jingtian brought Chongshan here. He thought that Chongshan's strength was enough to defeat all the masters in the Purple Cloud City. No one could defeat him. Even if a few half-step transcendents in the Purple Cloud City worked together, they might not be able to defeat Chongshan. But now he was dead. He was killed by a Blue Cloud sect disciple who looked younger than him. Yu Jingtian felt like he was in a dream. The rest of the people in the brilliant Purple House were dumbfounded. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. Lin Zhengchun was also shocked. Chongshan's strength was really strong. Compared to him, Chongshan's strength was overwhelming. He was originally worried that Chunzong couldn't defeat Chongshan. He didn't expect that not only could he defeat Chongshan, but he also killed him. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Was the transcendent power really that strong? Everyone was dumbfounded, but Chunzong wasn't. Since he had killed Chongshan with his sword, he might as well kill him thoroughly. A sword light flashed. The great white sword intent pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. The 4 elders of the brilliant Purple House and the Deputy House Master didn't even have time to say a word before they were killed. Then his Zhun Qi surged. Another sword attack was launched at Yu Jingtian. Without a doubt, Yu Jingtian was a disciple of the brilliant Purple sect. Moreover, he was an inner disciple. Since he came here to fight for the ownership of the Purple Cloud City, he was an enemy. Stop! The half-step transcendence of the brilliant purple house reacted quickly. They quickly leaped forward and chopped down with their palms, shattering the great white sword intent. Yu Jingtian also quickly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for Chongshan. Since that was the case, staying here would only lead to death. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As soon as he returned to the brilliant purple sect, he could send some experts here to kill Chongshan. One had to admit that Yu Jingtian's plan was perfect. However, he underestimated Chun Zong's temperament. Activating the Heart Sword force, he launched another sword attack. The Wind Cutter sword intent tore through the sky. The half-step transcendence of the brilliant purple house didn't even have the chance to unleash their full strength before they were slashed in half. Die! Chun Zong took a step forward. The great white sword was like the claw of the Grim Reaper. No! Yu Jingtian's face was filled with shock. He lost his voice and roared. He exploded with all of his power and used all of his defensive means. Layers of light surrounded his body. Chapter 988. My wife has something to do, and the Six Paths has to act as both a father and a mother while writing. Who can deliver me a Yuan spirit incarnation technique? With his layers of defenses torn apart, Yu Jingtian knew he was dead meat. A sudden change occurred. As if from the void, a ray of light appeared. It was not obvious at first, but soon became very strong. It shattered the wind, slashing sword intent, and wrapped around Yu Jingtian. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Chun Zong's sight. It was too fast and too sudden. Chun Zong only saw a figure suddenly appear. After shattering the sword light, it grabbed Yu Jingtian and left at an astonishing speed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A transcendent, Chun Zong said in a low voice. There was actually a transcendent realm master following Yu Jingtian. The transcendent realm was a great realm, and it was divided into 9 great realms, but Chun Zong did not know which transcendent realm this person's cultivation was. Without thinking too much, Chun Zong threw away all distracting thoughts and turned around. His extremely sharp gaze swept across the faces of the leaders of the various forces. Now, give me an answer. Chun Zong's voice was full of sharpness as by Hongjian's sword chi shook the sky. Good boy. In the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin, who had finished reading the letter, was dumbfounded at first, then burst into laughter. The sect's task for Chun Zong was to win the right to distribute 50% of the purple cloud iron. This was very difficult, at least without any help from the sect. After all, the situation in Purple Cloud City was very chaotic. There were 4 factions in the city. Pulling one would affect the others. Without the help of a sect, Chun Zong would have to spend a lot of time on his own strength and ability. Whether he could do it in the end was still unknown. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Chun Zong had reorganized and conquered Purple Cloud City. That's right, it wasn't to seize the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron, but to subdue the Purple Cloud City. After subduing the city, the right to distribute the Purple Cloud Iron would be completely in the hands of the Blue Cloud sect. Chun Zong had not only completed the sect's mission, but he had also exceeded the quota. Now, the Purple Cloud City had returned to the Blue Cloud sect in name. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Chun Zong. The Blue Cloud sect had to immediately send people to enter the Purple Cloud City and truly take control of the Purple Cloud City. The leaders of the 3 great clans and the 21-star forces all expressed their allegiance to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The brilliant Purple House was also disbanded, representing a new era in the Purple Cloud City. Young, strong, cold, and decisive in killing. This caused everyone to not dare underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with reverence from the depths of their hearts. Deep reverence. That extremely fierce killing intent was like a brand that directly entered their souls, and it was impossible to forget. They could either submit or leave the Purple Cloud City. Purple Cloud City was the place where they were born, where they struggled, and where they had many properties. How could they leave just because they wanted to? In the end, Yu Jingtian was rescued by a transcendent realm master. Shenzong wrote a letter and had Lin Zhengchun rush to the Blue Cloud sect at full speed. With Lin Zhengchun's half-step transcendent strength, his speed was also very fast. He could deliver the letter to the Blue Cloud sect in the shortest time possible and deliver it to Elder Lin. Now that he had subdued the Purple Cloud City, Shenzong was also somewhat interested in the Purple Cloud Iron. After cultivating, he set off for the Purple Cloud Iron Mine. The Purple Cloud Iron Mine was located at the edge of the Purple Cloud City. It was an underground mine with only one entrance. Shenzong stepped inside and the light dimmed. However, for Shenzong, it didn't affect him much and he could still see clearly. The passage behind the entrance was quite wide. As he walked, he felt like it was connected to all directions. Many workers were waving their pickaxes to mine the ore. There was a reward for mining, and it was based on how much Purple Cloud Iron was mined. In the end, there were also people who gathered the ore and transported it to the Purple Cloud City to be refined into Purple Cloud Iron. It was then piled up and distributed once a year. From a mining of Purple Cloud Iron to the transportation and refining of Purple Cloud Iron, every step was under the control of the various forces. No one could tamper with it. After all, it was a matter of vital interest. Shenzong's arrival didn't disturb anyone. It was purely out of curiosity. With someone leading the way, no one would be foolish enough to disturb him. After many years of mining, there were many crisscrossing passages in the Purple Cloud Mine. As he walked, Shenzong suddenly stopped and looked at one of the passages. It seemed to be an abandoned passage. It was blocked with stones, preventing people from passing through. There were also large blood-red words written on the stone. Danger. What is that place? Shenzong couldn't help but ask. Pavilion Master, that is a very dangerous place. The person leading the way was the 7th Layer Foundation Realm expert from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. When Shenzong asked, he also looked over. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly explained, 5 years ago, the miners came here and seemed to have touched some taboo. They all turned to ashes. Later, experts from various forces came to investigate, but they all died. Their bodies were all burned to ashes. Even a half-step transcendent expert went in to investigate, but he didn't find anything. Since then, it has been sealed and listed as a dangerous place. No one is allowed to enter. This person's explanation was very simple. Shenzong spread out his spiritual sense and penetrated the stone. After penetrating a few thousand meters, Shenzong's spiritual sense stopped. He could feel a trace of heat. Through his spiritual sense vision, Shenzong seemed to be able to see a faint shadow. A very faint purple shadow flashed and disappeared in an instant. Although he didn't see it clearly, Shenzong was sure it wasn't a person or a beast. Shenzong said, "Let's go." The person leading the way let out a sigh of relief. He was very worried about the Pavilion Master's temper. What should they do if he insisted on exploring that dangerous place? He brought Shenzong out of the Purple Cloud Mine and returned to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Late at night, Shenzong quietly left the Clear Cloud courtyard. Using his top-quality mortal body, he left like a wisp of smoke. No one noticed him. Late at night, the Purple Cloud Mine was completely silent. After all, the cultivation levels of the miners were not high. At best, they were at the early stage of the Foundation realm. Many of them were ordinary people who worked here to support their families. They worked during the day and needed to rest at night to recover their energy. They could only work again the next day. Of course, there were still people guarding the mine. At the entrance, there were 2 7th Layer Foundation realm cultivators guarding it. A wisp of smoke quickly passed by the 2 7th Layer Foundation realm cultivators. They only felt like a gust of wind had passed by. The gap was too big. Even 9th Layer Foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to catch Shenzong's figure, let alone 2 7th Layer Foundation realm cultivators. Shenzong had come here during the day, so he clearly remembered the route. He was very familiar with the path, so he arrived at the dangerous passage like a wisp of smoke. With a move, Shenzong swiftly moved away the stone blocking the passage without making a sound. Many people had died here, and no one had entered for many years. The air was filled with a cold and gloomy feeling that made people shudder. Chunzong's expression was calm. He wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, Chunzong was very curious about what was inside. He floated in like a wisp of smoke and stopped after a few thousand meters. This was the end, and there was no path forward. The walls of the cave were very smooth, like the surface of a mirror that had cooled down after being burned by high temperatures. There were lines on the surface, like layers of clouds, and they were very complicated. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the cave wall in front of him, searching carefully. Chunzong was sure that what he saw with his spirit sense during the day was not an illusion. There really was something here. True Qi filled his 2 fingers and shot out towards the wall of the cave. With a pop, a hole appeared in the wall of the cave, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Chunzong kept probing with his attacks. His spiritual awareness was constantly covering the area, paying attention to any possible changes. Suddenly, a blazing aura appeared. It swept out like a tidal wave, startling Chunzong. He hurriedly pushed the illusory fog heavenly cloud technique to the extreme. His extremely pure, illusory fog heavenly cloud, genuine Qi spread out in front of him in an instant to defend. Retreat. The pure, true Qi wall only lasted for 1 breath of time before it was burned through. Chunzong, who had retreated dozens of meters, could feel the shocking heat in front of him, as if it could burn everything into ashes. Chunzong also knew why people who came here before were burned to ashes. If his true Qi wasn't pure enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying heat even if he was dozens of meters away. In the entire Purple Cloud City, no one's true Qi could compare with his. They were only half-step transcendents. According to what was said before, when a half-step transcendent expert came to investigate, they didn't find anything. On the contrary, those who weren't half-step transcendent had all died. This situation was very strange, so it was no wonder that this place would be sealed. As for why it wasn't reported to the Blue Cloud sect, or the Purple Brilliant sect, it was probably because they were worried that the sect would disturb the order here and harm their interests. After all, the Purple Cloud iron was very valuable. It was most practical to secretly deduct a part of the profits from selling it and distribute it to everyone. However, no one expected that in just a few days, there would be such an earth-shaking change. More than 10 meters away, Chunzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the object in front of him that was emitting a blazing heat. A faint purple mist filled the air, and there seemed to be a purple cloud in the middle, condensing into a thumb-sized flame that burned quietly. What is this? Chunzong secretly guessed. Unfortunately, he hadn't been in this world for long enough and didn't know much about it. He only felt that this object seemed to contain a very terrifying power. This kind of power made his spiritual sense tremble a little when he came in contact with it. He wasn't sure, not at all. Chunzong chose to retreat. He planned to wait until his strength was enough, such as when he broke through to the transcendent realm, and then come back again. Or he could report this matter to the sect and deal with it. The moment Chunzong retreated, the motionless purple cloud flame suddenly turned into a stream of light. Its speed was so fast that Chunzong's spiritual sense was able to capture it. Before his body could react, the purple cloud flame had already flown into Chunzong's body. Immediately, an extremely terrifying heat exploded within his body. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Wave after wave, it was endless as it continued to attack. Chapter 989. Chunzong's true Qi was extremely pure. It was definitely extraordinary among the 9th layer Foundation realm cultivators. But at this moment, when this extremely pure true Qi encountered the terrifying blazing aura, it was directly destroyed and burned into nothingness. It was incomparably hot. He felt that the terrifying aura spread out and flowed through the open meridians. It was as if the meridians were burned to ashes. Immediately after, It rushed out of the meridians and covered his internal organs. As it spread out rapidly, it also covered his bones and muscles. Traces of lavender mist rushed out of his skin and covered his body. His cyan robe was burned to ashes in an instant. His hair, eyebrows, and other hairs were also burned into nothingness under this terrifying heat. Even though his willpower was extremely strong, Chunzong felt that his body was about to melt, just like his hair and clothes, turning into ashes. With a move of his spiritual sense, the power of the heart sword also emerged and quickly spread out to resist the terrifying blazing aura. According to Chunzong's guess, the power of the heart sword should be a type of transcendent force. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be inferior to transcendent force. It belonged to a different system of power from true Qi and was even more powerful. The power of the heart sword was indeed very strong. It immediately resisted the terrifying blazing aura and was evenly matched. However, activating the power of the heart sword required the consumption of spiritual sense. Chunzong's spiritual sense was indeed not weak, but it wasn't endless. Moreover, activating the power of the heart sword consumed a lot of spiritual sense. Moreover, Chunzong was only at the foundation realm and hadn't reached the transcendent realm yet. To some extent, his spiritual sense was restricted and couldn't be fully utilized. Every breath, the consumption of spiritual sense by the heart sword was astonishing, because resisting this blazing aura consumed even more spiritual sense. After only 10 breaths, Chunzong felt that nearly a third of his spiritual sense had been consumed. The remaining spiritual sense could only last for another 20 breaths at most. Once his spiritual sense was exhausted, he would not be able to maintain the heart sword force. At that time, what should he use to resist this blazing aura? Would he be burned to ashes like those who had entered this place in the past? Chunzong didn't know, so he could only try his best to resist it. He hoped that the burning breath would be consumed before his soul sense was exhausted. After all, if he consumed his soul sense, so would the burning breath. It was late at night, and all the miners had left to rest. Except for Chunzong, there was no other living creature in the mine. It was silent. Moreover, even if there were people around, they wouldn't come to this dangerous area. 20 breaths of time was actually very short, and it passed by very quickly. Am I going to die here? Chunzong smiled bitterly. In the Blue Waves world, when he faced the maniac, he fought with all his might until the very end. He recklessly unleashed the power of the heaven ascending pagoda, but the price he had to pay was the collapse of his body. He thought that he was dead for sure, but he actually stimulated the power of the heart sword seal and came to this world. Lingwu, Holy World. It was a world that was more advanced than the Blue Waves world, and it was also the world where the heart sword seal originally existed. Here, Chunzong saw a more brilliant way of cultivation and the hope of becoming more powerful. Moreover, he had already embarked on this path. Death, everyone would encounter it and have to face it. However, Chunzong didn't expect that he would die so quickly and in such a way. He would die here unknowingly and silently. The last trace of his soul sense was also exhausted. Chunzong only felt as if he was constantly falling, sinking into an endless abyss. At the same time, the burning breath seemed to have exhausted its last trace of power. It quickly quieted down and disappeared without a trace. As the burning breath retreated, the light purple flame mist covering Chunzong's body also withdrew and retreated into his body. It could be seen that Chunzong's skin was not damaged. On the contrary, it looked more glossy. Chunzong was already unconscious. He was lying straight on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of fine black color drilled out of his bald head and kept growing longer. That was his hair. Then his eyebrows also slowly grew out. After a period of time, his hair returned to its original length. However, each strand of hair looked more lustrous. If a comparison had to be made, his previous hair was withered grass, and now his hair was green grass. After 2 hours, Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened them. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Immediately, Chunzong realized that he was still alive. He was still alive. This was a great joy. A feeling of joy emerged from the deepest part of his heart. Immediately, a feeling of weakness welled up, and he had a splitting headache. Chunzong knew that this was the sequela of overexhausting his soul sense. However, he had recovered a little now. After waking up, he also operated the spirit refining method. His soul sense began to recover faster, and his headache was relieved and gradually disappeared. Chunzong just took out a new robe from the storage ring and put it on. Immediately, he checked his body. As soon as he checked, Chunzong was shocked. His meridians were empty. There was nothing. All of his true qi had been exhausted. However, it was still okay. It was troublesome to completely exhaust it, but it could be recovered. What really surprised Chunzong was the meridians. The meridians that had been opened, whether it was the main meridians or the auxiliary meridians, were like channels that allowed true qi to flow freely without obstruction. Now, his meridians were still unobstructed, but they were twice as large as before. Moreover, the meridians were filled with a faint light, as if they were a layer of protective film. Chunzong could feel that his meridians had become tougher. The meridians had become thicker and tougher, which meant that they could hold more true qi. It also meant that the meridians could withstand the impact and eruption of power faster. Without a doubt, this was a very good thing. Chunzong never expected that the mysterious purple flame would not burn him to death. Instead, it caused such a change in him. Between his bones, muscles, and internal organs, there was a layer of faint fluorescent light. It was like a layer of protective film that better protected him. When he looked inside himself, Chunzong's vision finally focused on his abdomen. There was a faint purple mist condensing there. In the center of the purple mist, there was a thumb-sized cloud pattern flame. This purple flame seemed to have settled down in Chunzong's abdomen as if it were its home. What on earth is this thing? Chunzong did not know. He was too inexperienced. When he went back, he would have to look through the ancient books collected by the Blue Cloud sect. Perhaps he could find the answer. For now, it did not seem to be a bad thing that this thing had entered his body. At least it brought him some benefits. As for what would happen in the future, he would have to find out what it was first. Immediately, Chunzong tried to touch the purple flame in his abdomen with his recovered spiritual sense. He immediately felt a burst of heat, but this heat was not like the feeling of being burned before. It seemed to have acknowledged him. He tried to communicate with it, but there was no response. The flame seemed to have some spirituality, but it did not have any intelligence. Of course, it was also possible that the flame did not want to acknowledge Chunzong. All in all, he did not get any results. Chunzong tried to see if he could mobilize the purple flame, but he found that the purple flame did not move at all. Even the surrounding faint purple mist was motionless, as if it was frozen in the space in his abdomen. Chunzong could only give up after the fruitless attempt. He began to operate his cultivation method to restore his genuine qi. It was difficult to restore his genuine qi after it was completely consumed. However, when the first wisp of genuine qi appeared, the speed of recovery began to increase. Chunzong was surprised by his genuine qi. Compared with before, it was completely different. He kept operating his cultivation method and urged it to the extreme. His genuine qi flowed in his meridians at an even faster speed. Immediately, Chunzong was surprised by what happened. The originally motionless, faint purple mist in his abdomen seemed to be inexplicably drawn. Wisps of it diffused into his meridians and merged with his genuine qi. It was another change that Chunzong did not know about, but he could not stop it. He could only let nature take its course. When Chunzong's genuine qi was completely restored, his appearance changed completely. First of all, in terms of quantity, it had doubled. Because his meridians had doubled, the amount of genuine qi fused had increased, so it doubled. Secondly, the purity of his genuine qi had also doubled, which meant that the explosive power had doubled. Third, the original genuine qi of the illusory fog heaven cloud had merged with the faint purple mist. In the midst of the change, there was a kind of blazing heat which seemed to be able to melt fine steel in an instant. With a thought, new genuine chi suddenly emerged from his meridians and gathered in his hand. When he opened his palm, it could be seen that the genuine chi, which was originally white like clouds and mist, was now dyed with a faint layer of purple, which made it more dreamy. It condensed into the shape of a flame in the palm of his hand, swaying and burning fiercely. With a gentle press, the genuine chi flame instantly pierced through the hard cave wall and blasted a hole silently. It felt as easy as smashing tofu. So powerful. Chinzong could not help but be shocked. This kind of power was at least several times stronger than the genuine chi from before. Chinzong felt that this genuine chi could no longer be considered as the genuine chi cultivated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, but a new kind of genuine chi. At the same time, this genuine chi evolved from the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, so it could still be activated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique. I reckon that the purity of my genuine chi now is not inferior to the genuine chi cultivated by a mortal level peerless technique that grasps the technique intent, Chunzong thought to himself. He did not expect that he would encounter such an opportunity overnight, which caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength was at least several times stronger. With my current strength, even if I don't use the Heart Sword force, I can still defeat Lin Zhengchun, Chunzong estimated after comparing. Of course, whether he could really defeat a half-step transcendent like Lin Zhengchun was still unknown without using his full strength. However, at the very least, he would not lose to him. This was his confidence. Getting up, Chunzong quickly left and even placed the stone back in its original position. There were no traces of it being moved. His figure turned into a wisp of smoke, and his speed was much faster than before. He quickly left the tunnel and returned along the way. At this time, it was already close to dawn. The two guards outside the mine were resting with their eyes closed and did not notice any movement. Chunzong had already left the mine and quickly returned to the clear cloud pavilion. Chapter 990. For the rest of the time, Chunzong stayed in Clear Cloud Pavilion to meditate. A few days later, 3 people from the Blue Cloud sect arrived. One of them was a transcendent realm master, while the other 2 were half-step transcendents. Lin Jingshun also returned with them. After the arrival of the sect's masters, Chunzong completed his task and immediately left. As for how the affairs of Purple Cloud City would be handled and developed, that would be up to the Blue Cloud sect. It had nothing to do with Chunzong. You stay here and wait for my news, Chunzong said to Lin Jingshun before leaving. Lin Jingshun nodded. Since he had already come this far, he could only choose to believe in Chunzong. He believed that the other party had the ability to let him enter the Blue Cloud sect and truly become a member of the Blue Cloud sect. Becoming a member of the Blue Cloud sect was Lin Zhengchuan's wish. It was because of this that he was willing to cooperate with Chunzong to take charge of Clear Cloud Pavilion and reorganize Purple Cloud City. Chunzong left much faster than when he came, so he returned to the Blue Cloud sect in a shorter time to meet with Elder Lin. Come with me. Elder Lin first looked Chunzong up and down, then nodded with a smile and said to Chunzong. Following Elder Lin, Chunzong arrived at the Blue Cloud sect's Clear Cloud Hall. The Clear Cloud Hall was built at the highest point of Clear Cloud Peak. It was the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect. Usually, only the sect master and the various elders would come here. Ordinary inner sect disciples did not have the qualifications. Inside the Clear Cloud Hall, Sect Master Li Qingji and a group of elders were all present. The Blue Cloud sect had more than a dozen transcendent realm masters, but there was only one sect master and not many inner sect elders. There were only 5 of them, and Elder Lin was one of them. Sect Master, Chunzong is here, Elder Lin said as he led Chunzong into the main hall. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Chunzong. They were scrutinizing Chunzong as if they wanted to see through him. Chunzong remained calm and indifferent. He was not affected at all. Disciple Chunzong greets sect leader and elders. Chunzong saluted with his sword. Chunzong, tell me in detail what you did in Purple Cloud City, Elder Lin instructed. Although Chunzong's letter was written, Elder Lin felt that it was not detailed enough. Chunzong began to tell them everything that had happened after he arrived in the Purple Cloud City. Li Qingji and the elders listened quietly. Chunzong's words were clear, and his speed was neither fast nor slow. It was very comfortable to listen to and made them feel as if they were there. Everyone, including Sect Master Li Qingji, felt that it would not be easy to obtain the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron in Purple Cloud City. However, they did not care too much about it. A Purple Cloud City was not worth their effort. They did not expect that in just a few days, Chunzong would conquer the Purple Cloud City and directly eradicate the Purple Brilliant Sect's Purple Brilliant House. When they first heard Elder Lin's words, they thought that he was joking. Therefore, they were now very curious about how Chunzong did it. A Foundation establishment cultivator, without the help of the sect, had conquered the chaotic Purple Cloud City. It was very curious. Chunzong explained the situation in brief but clear words. As for the final harvest in the Purple Cloud Mine, he did not mention it. Chunzong, do you know that deceiving the sect leader and the elders is a serious crime? An elder suddenly spoke with a cold face. Elder, how did I deceive them? Chunzong asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was not intimidated at all. According to what you said, you are only in the Foundation establishment realm. How can you fight against a half-step transcendent, let alone kill one? The elder's voice became even colder. A half-step transcendent could control spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it was 10 times stronger than true qi. The difference was very shocking. Chunzong may be very outstanding and had the strength of one of the top 10 inner sect disciples not long after becoming an inner sect disciple. However, it did not mean that he could fight against a half-step transcendent when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, even if it was a half-step transcendent outside the sect. With a bang, a faint purple cloud gushed out from Chunzong's body. This was the result of Chunzong using the heavenly illusory cloud art to stimulate his true qi. Chunzong's entire body was wrapped in a faint purple cloud, making him look hazy and illusory. It was as if the wind would blow him away. In the eyes of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they would think that the person in front of them was ethereal and difficult to capture. However, everyone present was a transcendent realm master, so they would not be confused. Merit intent. The elder who questioned Chunzong suddenly became aghast and exclaimed. Li Qingji and the other elders were also shocked. They all knew that Chunzong had chosen the top-grade mortal rank heavenly illusory cloud art in the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower and had successfully converted it. It had only been a little over 3 months, but he had actually cultivated it to the highest level and had even grasped the technique intent. Elder, take one of my sword strikes. As soon as Chunzong's voice fell, the white grand sword was unsheathed. Surrounded by a faint purple light, it turned into an extremely sharp sword wave. With a will that could tear the sky apart, it flew towards the elder who questioned Chunzong. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the incomparably sharp sword wave had already arrived. This elder was a transcendent realm master, so he reacted in an instant. Using his finger as a sword, he pierced through the sky and struck the sword wave. With a pop, the sword wave was instantly shattered. However, this elder did not show the slightest bit of pride. Instead, he became even more dignified. The power contained in the sword wave just now was very strong. I take back what I said just now. You indeed have the qualifications to compete with a half-step transcendent. You even have the qualifications to kill those half-step transcendents outside the sect. This elder did not get angry because Chunzong attacked him. Instead, he said excitedly. Hearing his words, Sect Master Li Qingji and the other elders became even more shocked. If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating the beheading wind sword art. The elder asked again, his voice filled with excitement. Moreover, you've already grasped the beheading wind sword intent. Li Qingji and the others did not know how to express the shock in their hearts. If they were not wrong, Chunzong should have only been cultivating the top-quality mortal-grade secret art and sword art for a little more than 3 months. Not only had he grasped the secret art, but he had also grasped the sword intent. How did he cultivate? Li Qingji and the other elders only felt that their minds were not enough. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. From birth until now, they had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps they had only heard some legends in the past, but those had nothing to do with the Blue Cloud sect or even the Dongshan region. After a while, the sect master and the elders gradually calmed down. Chunzong, you've indeed surprised us, but even if you've grasped the secret art and sword intent, you shouldn't have the strength to fight against and kill a half-step transcendent when you're only at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Li Qingji spoke for the first time and also pointed out this point. The half-step transcendent outside the sect cultivated at least a high-quality mortal-grade secret art and martial art. Their spirit force was very strong, and their martial art was at least at the transcendent realm. When they used their full strength, other than some special 9th layer Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, no one else would be their match. What was a special 9th layer Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? For example, when Yang Chaofan reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, the white lightning he controlled would be even more powerful. He would have the strength to threaten ordinary half-step transcendent cultivators. Sect Master, Elders, I'm sure you can feel that my true chi is different from normal top-quality mortal-grade true chi. Chunzong did not hesitate and quickly replied, Indeed, your Jin Qi is much purer than the top-grade Jin Qi of the mortal level. It's already very close to the spiritual energy of a normal half-step transcendent. The elder who shattered Chunzong's sword beam felt it the most directly. I believe you must have some secrets on your body. Li Qingji's eyes suddenly became sharp like a sword that had been unsheathed. Chunzong was startled as he felt a strong sense of threat for no reason. Soon after, the light in Li Qingji's eyes receded and became profound. He smiled faintly. However, many geniuses have their own secrets. That's nothing. The sect will provide you with an environment for cultivation and a certain amount of protection, but we won't look into your secrets or covet your fortuitous encounters. However, we hope that you won't harm the interests of the sect. If you can contribute to the sect, that would be for the best. If we don't disappoint you, then Disciple won't abandon you, Chunzong said solemnly. His words were simple, but they were very clear. He directly expressed his attitude. If the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then I will be loyal to the Blue Cloud sect. On the other hand, if the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then they have no right to ask me for anything. Li Qingji and the others could not help but smile. They felt that this disciple had a strong personality. People with strong personalities would sometimes be liked, but sometimes they would be hated. It depended on the situation and whether or not they had the ability to show their personality. A personality without any ability was called arrogance. Completing the mission only qualifies you to become a true disciple. However, due to your outstanding performance, you will be specially promoted to a true disciple, Li Qingji said with a smile. Congratulations, Chunzong. You are now the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin said with a smile. Obtaining the qualification did not mean that one would definitely become a true disciple. Of course, there was a high chance, but one would still need to go through some tests and spend a lot of time. But now, Chunzong had directly skipped this stage and was now the 5th true disciple. Completing the mission in the Purple Cloud City was only one of the reasons. The other reason was naturally Chunzong's amazing perception. In just over 3 months, he had cultivated a top-grade mortal-level cultivation method and a top-grade mortal-level sword art to the extreme and grasped martial intent. If this news were to spread, it would cause a great sensation. With such an outstanding performance, he was not inferior to Yang Chaofan, who was born with extraordinary strength. With proper training, he would be able to make the Blue Cloud sect even stronger in the future. Chunzong, that Yu Jingtian is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Purple Glory sect. He is also a disciple of one of the elders. This time, he was almost killed by you. He has a grudge in his heart. In the future, when you leave the sect, you must be careful, Li Qingji said. This time, that old man Yu Wenhua will probably explode with anger, Elder Lin said with a smile. With Chunzong's ability, he may be able to break through to the transcendent realm in a few years. At that time, if Yu Wenhua wants to deal with him, he will have to think twice. The elder who questioned Chunzong just now also laughed. Chapter 991. The Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force and was considered a relatively powerful force. It had a deep foundation and a history of more than 1,000 years. The first floor of the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower had a rich collection of ancient books. To cultivators, cultivation was important, but if they only cultivated, they would lack common sense and sufficient accumulation. If they encountered something and didn't recognize it, it would undoubtedly be a helpless matter. Chunzong was already listed as a true disciple. Everything in the entire Qingyun Sword Martial Tower was open to Chunzong. There was no need for any merit or anything like that. On the first floor of the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, Chunzong took out an ancient book that wasn't thick. There were 5 big words written on it: Record of Worldly Wonders. This was the 12th ancient book that Chunzong was reading. He wondered if he could find any information about the purple flame in his stomach. Worldly wonders are divided into heavenly wonders and earthly wonders. These wonders include water, fire, wind, and thunder. The first sentence attracted Chunzong's attention. He flipped through the pages one by one to increase his knowledge and accumulation. The record of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth recorded all kinds of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there were no extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, only extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Moreover, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were not complete, only a dozen or so. Moreover, the contents of those dozen or so earthly wonders weren't particularly detailed. When he flipped to the last few pages, Chunzong's gaze was suddenly attracted. It was a picture. The picture was very clear. It was a thumb-sized purple flame surrounded by a faint purple fire mist. It was vivid and lifelike, as if there was a trace of scorching heat. It felt like it wasn't a picture, but a copy. After taking a closer look, Chunzong flipped to the next page. It was a text: Purple Cloud, True Flame. One of the worldly wonders, earthly wonders. It was born from the purple cloud, or paragraphs of text introduction gave Chunzong a deeper understanding of the purple cloud true flame. Purple cloud, or was a general term. For example, the purple cloud, or was one of the purple cloud ores. There were also purple cloud copper, or purple cloud cold silver, or purple cloud mystical gold, or and so on. The purple cloud iron, or was considered to be of a lower grade among the purple cloud ores. It was very difficult for it to nurture the purple cloud true flame. Generally speaking, only purple cloud mysterious gold or could nurture it. However, life was unpredictable, and no one could say for sure that the purple cloud iron or in the purple cloud city had given birth to the purple cloud true flame. What was even more coincidental was that it had taken the initiative to merge into Chunzong's body. The extraordinary powers of heaven and earth would choose their own masters. This was one of their characteristics. Of course, not all extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were like this. Take the purple cloud true flame, for example. If Chunzong had not grasped the power of the heart sword and was able to resist it for 30 breaths of time and endure the most torturous fusion, Chunzong would have been burned to ashes. Since ancient times, it was not clear how many kinds of mystical powers there were. Other than the difference between heaven and earth, there was no clear ranking between them. However, some were more common, while others were rarer. The purple cloud true flame was one of the more common types. Once a person obtained a mystical power of heaven and earth and was able to endure the fusion stage, they would be cleansed by the mystical power of heaven and earth, causing some changes to their body. For example, Chunzong's meridians would expand and become tougher. In the end, a trace of the purple cloud true flame's power would even merge into his genuine qi, causing his genuine qi to change and become more powerful. After reading to the end, Chunzong closed the record of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth and put it back on the bookshelf. He let out a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. The purple cloud true flame had chosen him and had already merged with him. There would not be any side effects. On the contrary, it would only bring him benefits. The only downside was that Chunzong was still unable to use the true power of the purple cloud true flame. In terms of levels, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth belonged to the same level. Of course, some extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. The activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual sense, but the activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual energy. In other words, Chunzong had to be at least a half-step transcendent to be able to activate the purple cloud true flame. Having said that, the current Chunzong was indeed amazing. He had the Heartsword Force and the purple cloud true flame. In terms of potential alone, who knew how many transcendents he had? Compared to when I was in the Blue Waves world, my potential now is even greater. Chunzong said to himself. With a smile on his face, he stepped onto the second floor of the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower, then the third floor, and then the fourth floor. One of the benefits of being listed as a core disciple was that he could freely read and cultivate the various secret arts and martial arts in the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower. As for secret arts, Chunzong already had the heavenly illusory cloud art, so he could not cultivate anything else. Otherwise, he would have to change his cultivation. Naturally, there was no need to read more. As for sword arts, there was no requirement. The more, the better. The pure chi sword art was a sword art that used strength to suppress and shock the enemy. The power of each sword strike was very tyrannical. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of true chi. However, with Chunzong's current true chi, it was nothing to worry about. The Great River sword art was majestic, and the sword momentum was continuous. Once the sword was used, it would be like a long river flowing endlessly. The consumption of true chi would increase from little to much. In addition to these two sword arts, Chunzong also chose the Golden Fragment sword finger and the Thunder Slaughter leg art. He could use a sword art with one hand and a sword finger with the other. He could also use a leg art with both legs. The combination was simply amazing. The 4 cultivation transfer spirit jades were quickly handed over to Chunzong. Taking the cultivation transfer spirit jades, Chunzong left the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower and returned to the Core Disciple Hall. The Core Disciple Hall was the place where the core disciples lived and cultivated. It was located at the bottom left of the Azure Cloud main hall. Including Chunzong, there are currently 5 core disciples. Other than them, there were also attendants who served the 5 core disciples. Chun Shidi, the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, walked out of the core disciple hall and greeted Chunzong with a smile when he saw him. The Blue Cloud sect didn't have any shady dealings. To become a core disciple, one had to be extraordinary. For example, Yang Chaofan. Although his cultivation wasn't high enough and his strength wasn't strong enough, he was born with a transcendent secret power, which made him stand out. Senior brother Gao. Chunzong replied with a smile. Gao Bojun was much older than Chunzong. He was already 20 years old, and his cultivation was half a step away from transcendent. As for why he could become a core disciple, Chunzong didn't know. It was considered a secret. The first core disciple was Li Jini. He was the first disciple of sect leader Li Qingji. He was 21 years old and half a step away from transcendent. The third core disciple was Song Lingsu. She was 18 years old, and her cultivation was at the peak of foundation building realm. She was only a step away from transcendent. The fourth core disciple was Yang Chaofan. He was 15 years old, and his cultivation had increased. He was at the late stage of foundation building realm. There were many sub-halls in the core disciple hall. One of them belonged to Chunzong. This sub-hall was called the Qinggang Hall. After entering the Qinggang Hall, Chunzong began to comprehend the sword technique. Purple Cloud City, Clear Cloud Pavilion. The current Clear Cloud Pavilion was different from the past. It was now the biggest force in the Purple Cloud City. No other force could compare to it. As for the brilliant Purple House, it was already history. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was the biggest force, and all the other forces had submitted to it. In addition, the Blue Cloud sect sent people over to take over. The current Purple Cloud City was no longer as chaotic as before. It had become orderly, and no one was allowed to wantonly fight and destroy in the city. At first, the effect was not very good. However, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was heavy-handed. They had no choice but to accept it. Gradually, it became a habit. Today, Lin Zhengchun, who had received the letter, was very excited. He had finally realized his dream of entering the Blue Cloud sect. Do your job well. There might be a chance in the future. Lin Zhengchun said to Lin Jingyi and Lin Gu. He immediately left the Purple Cloud City and rushed to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Zhengchun's matter made Lin Gu, Lin Jingyi, and the others in the Clear Cloud Pavilion see the hope of entering the Blue Cloud sect. It also made them work even harder in the future. Chunzong had already passed down the order. As a core disciple, his authority was not small. He had already surpassed the outer sect elders and was close to the inner sect elders. Lin Zhengchun was a half-step transcendent stage expert and had the face of Chunzong, a core disciple. Therefore, Lin Zhengchun became a deacon of the Blue Cloud sect. As a deacon, he would naturally receive corresponding benefits for serving the sect. The first 9 levels of a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique. As for the last level, one needed to have enough merit points to exchange for it. It was the same for spiritual level martial arts techniques. Lin Zhengchun was very happy about this. Previously, he did not have any spiritual level cultivation techniques to cultivate. Now that he had one, even if he was short of the last level, the first 9 levels were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. It would make his spiritual energy stronger and increase his strength. After becoming a core disciple, Chunzong cultivated every day. When he was free, he would go to the Clear Cloud Sword Martial Tower to borrow a batch of ancient books to read. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. His true chi surged and broke through the shackles, becoming more powerful. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. His true chi was even more powerful, making Chunzong even stronger. In addition, Chunzong had cultivated 2 sword techniques to the rudimentary stage. One of his finger sword techniques and one of his leg techniques had reached the trance stage. His understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra had increased by a little. Chunzong, come to the Clear Cloud Hall quickly. A voice came from the core disciple token into Chunzong's mind. Only Chunzong could hear it. It was Elder Lin's voice. Chunzong immediately left the Clear Cloud Hall and headed to the Clear Cloud Hall. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the Clear Cloud Hall, he felt that the atmosphere was different from usual. It was somewhat oppressive and cold. In the hall, the sect master and several elders were present. In addition, Chunzong also saw the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, and the third core disciple, Song Lingsu. As for the first core disciple, Li Qingyi seemed to have left the sect for a while. Then a cold sneer exploded in his ears. Chunzong looked over and saw many sharp and hostile gazes. Judging from their robes and insignia, they were not from the Blue Cloud sect. They were from the Purple Yao sect. You are Chunzong, the one who conquered the Purple Cloud City. An elder from the Purple Yao sect spoke. His voice was as cold as a blade, as if he wanted to peel off a layer of Chunzong's skin. Yu Wenhua, he is Chunzong, the one who destroyed the Purple Yao sect and conquered the Purple Cloud City. Elder Wang, who had questioned Chunzong before, chuckled. Everyone could hear the mockery in his words. Humph, it is just a Purple Cloud City. Although Yu Wenhua was not happy, he still said it with a disdainful face. You almost killed my brother. The Purple Yao sect disciple, standing next to Yu Wenhua, stared at Chunzong. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his voice was as cold as a blade. I will settle this with you later. So, he was Yu Jingtian's brother. No wonder they looked so similar. However, Shenzong did not take his threat to heart. Yu Jingyao, you have been a true disciple for a few years, but you want to challenge my Blue Cloud sect's new true disciple. Your face is really thick. Gao Bojan's tone was ridiculing, with a bit of irony. Gao Bojan before that. I will shut you up. Yu Jingyao threatened coldly. Chapter 992. It was normal for sect members to communicate with each other. The Purple Brilliant sect had also decided to send a few outstanding disciples to compete with the Blue Cloud sect. In other words, it was a battle that they were confident in to show the Purple Brilliant sect's prestige. Due to the incident in the Purple Cloud City, the Purple Brilliant sect had more or less lost face. Now, they were here to win back some face. Of course, the Blue Cloud sect knew about the Purple Brilliant sect's plan, but they were not afraid. It was nothing more than a battle between disciples. Not long after, Yang Chaofan also arrived. Needless to say, everyone left the Azure Cloud Palace and moved to the Intersect training field. The Blue Cloud sect's Intersect disciples also came to watch the battle. This time, we have 3 disciples from the Purple Brilliant sect. Feel free to fight. Yu Wenhua's eyes flashed with a purple light. His face was full of smiles, but his words were sharp. Let these 3 disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect see the abilities of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples. I will fight the first battle. A 16 or 17-year-old boy beside Yu Wenhua stepped out with an arrogant attitude. His eyes swept across the crowd, and a powerful aura spread out. Who will fight with me? Hee. Shun Haohong is a new Intersect disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect. He is also my disciple, and has some talent. Yu Wenhua laughed, but I think his mentality is still unstable, so it's inevitable for him to be arrogant. I hope someone from the Blue Cloud sect can defeat him, and let him know that there is always someone better than him, so he can restrain himself. One had to admit that Yu Wenhua had a good grasp of the situation. A new Intersect disciple was enough to make the Blue Cloud sect think twice. If they sent an experienced Intersect disciple, defeating him was nothing, but losing would be embarrassing. Let me. Yang Chaofan stepped out and faced Shun Haohong. Yang Chaofan was also a new Intersect disciple, so he was the most suitable one to fight. You are the 4th direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, right? Don't lose to me, an Intersect disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect. Shen Haohong sneered, his words sharp. In other words, even if Yang Chaofan won, he deserved it, but if he lost, it would be embarrassing. As you wish. Yang Chaofan faintly smiled, and his aura instantly soared. Vaguely, a blazing hot aura filled the air. This blazing hot aura was filled with Yang Qi, causing Yang Chaofan's temperament to become even more masculine. This was the top-grade mortal skill, the mysterious Yang art. Over the past 4 months, Yang Chaofan had managed to successfully switch to cultivating the mysterious Yang art with the help of the sect. Furthermore, he had reached the 6th level of the mysterious Yang art, and his mysterious Yang Zhenqi was much purer than before. Peak of the 7th level of the Foundation Realm. The elders of the Blue Cloud sect were all startled and somewhat delighted. This kind of cultivation speed was indeed very fast. Well, if you don't compare him to Chunzong. With a loud bang, an aura gushed out from Shun Haohong's body. Vaguely, there seemed to be wisps of purple light shuttling around his body. Purple Qi dazzling technique. The 7th floor. There is nothing special about this disciple of mine. It's just that his cultivation method is a bit different from ordinary people. Yu Wenhua laughed once more. The Purple Qi Brilliant Light Secret Art was a very famous top-grade mortal level art in the Purple Yao sect. It was also one of the top-grade mortal level arts. It was even better than the mysterious Yang art, so it was naturally more difficult to cultivate. The Qingyun sword was founded on the sword, while the Purple Yao sect was founded on Qi. They both had their own strengths. Shun Haohong had actually cultivated it to the 7th floor, which was very shocking. However, thinking about Chunzong's cultivation speed, Li Qingji and the other elders of the Blue Cloud sect didn't think much of it. This made the originally proud Yu Wenhua very surprised. Shen Haohang's cultivation was also at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Let me see what is so special about a direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Shen Haohang sneered coldly. He suddenly opened his right hand, and his 5 fingers curled. Like a palm, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw. Wisps of light purple flowing aura quickly converged between his 5 fingers. The aura was like a torrent that passed through the gaps between his 5 fingers. Yang Qiaofan's expression was solemn. He felt like he was being grabbed by invisible fingers and almost suffocated. His fingers were like a sword, and a jade-white light flowed like water. Shortly after, traces of red light filled the air. The jade-white sword finger, powered by the mysterious Yang Qi, was much more powerful. It pierced through the air like a sharp sword and shot toward Shen Haohang. The jade-white sword finger was broken, and a ray of red light appeared. It was majestic and carried a shocking power as it slashed down. Pure origin sword art. With just a glance, Chunzong recognized the sword art Yang Qiaofan was using. It was the top-grade mortal skill pure origin sword art that had been cultivated to the large success stage. To be able to cultivate a top-grade mortal skill to the large success stage in 4 months was indeed very outstanding. Ordinary Foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to do so. Only outstanding geniuses could do it. At the large success stage, one could fully display the power of the sword art. However, the moves were still relatively rigid and lacked variety. The sword aura was powerful as it split the purple light in half. Shen Haohang's expression suddenly changed. His qi surged, and his aura seemed to have climbed up another level. His 5 fingers formed a hook and suddenly grabbed toward the majestic sword light. The Azure Cloud sect was best at sword arts, while the Purple Brilliant sect was best at cultivation arts. This Purple Brilliant light art had its own uniqueness, and its power was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Qiaofan and Shen Haohang attacked with all their might. The battle was intense and powerful. Purple qi from the east. With a roar, a faint purple light suddenly covered Shen Haohang's face. Behind Shen Haohang, a purple aura seemed to appear. It was vast and majestic like the clouds. With a palm attack, the purple aura flowed like a giant wave and rushed out. Under this palm attack, Yang Qiaofan's pure yuan sword art was directly shattered. His whole body was blown away as his qi and blood trembled and his qi dispersed. Purple qi from the east. Shen Haohang roared again as the second palm attack arrived. Yang Qiaofan quickly adjusted his qi and performed the pure yuan sword art again. With a sword attack, the sword light was shattered and his whole body was blown away again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Haohang, don't go too far. Yu Wenhua laughed as he became more and more proud. After all, Shen Haohang was only an inner disciple of the Purple Radiant sect, while his opponent was a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Purple qi from the east. Shen Haohang threw out the third palm attack. This palm attack was not something Yang Qiaofan could handle and would immediately be wounded. At this critical moment, Yang Qiaofan's eyes widened as white lightning flashed through them. Immediately after, streaks of white electric current rapidly spread out and condensed on his sword finger. When he slashed through the air, it was as if a sword of white lightning had broken through the air and slashed down. After his cultivation had improved, with Li Qingji's guidance and his own talent, Yang Qiaofan had become more familiar with the usage of the white lightning power. His speed of activating it had increased by a lot. The power of white lightning tore through the air like a sword. It was unstoppable, instantly destroying Shen Haohang's purple cloud from the east. The attack landed on Shen Haohang's body. Shen Haohang's face changed drastically. He summoned all of his power in an instant. His face turned purple, but he was unable to block the terrifying power of the attack. With a boom, Shen Haohang was blown away. He could only feel that his body was numb and did not listen to him at all. A horrifying power was rampaging inside his body. Yu Wenhua hurried to catch Shun Haohong and quickly dispelled the white, lightning power that had invaded his body. Transcendent power! Yu Wenhua put down the heavily injured Shun Haohong and stared at Yang Chaofan, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to actually have a genius who was born with transcendent powers. Yu Wenhua was well aware that a genius born with transcendent powers could easily break through to the transcendent realm and cultivate their transcendent powers to a high level. Their strength was astonishing. Moreover, if they were willing to work hard, they could even master an additional transcendent force. A transcendent who had mastered 2 transcendent forces was undoubtedly even more terrifying. If this place was not the Blue Cloud sect, Yu Wenhua might have directly killed him. Shun Haohong's face was pale as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with unwillingness. In terms of strength, he was superior to Yang Chaofan, but he had not expected his opponent to possess such terrifying power. Su Wei, perform well. Yu Wenhua glanced over at his other disciple and said indifferently, "Yes, honored master." Su Wei bowed and stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as a wicked smile appeared on his face. "I wonder which disciple of the Blue Cloud sect is willing to exchange pointers with me." Su Wei was a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect, ranked 3rd. His cultivation was very high and his strength was undeniable. Most of the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciples were not his opponents. Besides Qinzong, the only ones who could fight against him were Gao Bojun and Song Lingsu. But besides Su Wei, the other side had an even stronger opponent, Yu Jingyao. "Let me do it." Song Lingsu walked out and faced Su Wei. Song Lingsu's appearance was not very beautiful, but she had a very elegant temperament, giving people a feeling of elegance and gentleness. Her voice was also very gentle, making people feel comfortable listening to it. "Don't worry, I will be merciful." Su Wei's eyes lit up, and he immediately teased. "Take this sword." Song Lingsu replied. Her soft sword trembled, and with the injection of true qi, it instantly became hard. The sword broke through the air and cut open the wind. The sword was extremely fast. It was the Wind Cutter sword art. It could be seen that Song Lingsu's Wind Cutter sword art had been cultivated to the impeccable realm and was extremely powerful. "Purple leaf, piercing hand," Su Wei shouted in a low voice. Purple qi rose and purple light filled the air. His hands intertwined like butterflies, moving at an extremely fast speed. They looked like 2 purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Their forces were connected to each other, intertwining endlessly, yet soft and tough. Su Wei also cultivated the Purple Brilliant art and had reached the 8th level, 1 level higher than Shun Haohong. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation realm. The Wind Cutter sword art's power was constantly being weakened by the purple leaf-piercing hand. The body of the sword was constantly hit, making it difficult for Song Lingsu to hold the sword in her hand. True qi surged, and the sword changed. The body of the sword disappeared and turned into a gust of wind. It pierced through the purple leaf-piercing hand and shot towards Su Wei. The impeccable realm Wind Cutter sword art became even more flexible under Song Lingsu's soft sword. The body of the sword was sometimes hard and sometimes soft, like a dancing snake. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.